Third down. Prescott can't find anyone. Not going to take it himself, but he's going to get it more. Prescott racing that near midfield. He slides down with a first down for the Cowboys. Give a little bit more help to their secondary.
Shout out Kisses Katapang. Welcome guys to my live stream.
Could not bring it in. Gets off. Pressure up the middle. Love in trouble. Standing in. Unleashes one and down. Makes the catch. Up to midfield. Love. Pressure. Runs away. Flag flies. No throws incomplete.
Dan Quinn's not going to do it twice. Micah Parsons, he's been through the first quarter, mission accomplished.
Sis Mira, shout out. Thank you for coming, sis.
He's got it. Up on his feet. Reaching to the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. They're saying he's down there. Okay, so it's not going to be a touchdown, but was there a holding involved there too? Yeah. Aaron Jones in motion. Love looking for him, setting up a screen. Jones has a couple of blocks. Sprinting inside the 10, and he's knocked out of bounds there. Will be first and goal. Here is Love. Floats one over the way. Dobbs catching and down to the 1.
Here on second and goal, keep that streak alive.
Patusok, salamat po. Okay, sis Mira. Thank you sis. Matutulog din ako pero inopen ko lang to. Sobrang aga pa dito. Oras pa lang. 5 o'clock a.m. Matutulog pa din ako sis. Salamat sis.
Third down. Pressure. Prescott slings out. Dowdle puts his shoulder down. And Dowdle has a first down. Nicely done to get through the tackle of Nixon. Second down. Four-man rush. Prescott lows quick. Ferguson. Great catch. Jake Ferguson goes up and gets it. And down to the 41 he goes. I mean,
now is the time you would want to run the ball. Obviously not on the third and medium.
They're down here. Prescott first read out there. In trouble. Rolling. Walker. Taken down for the sack by Keyshawn Nixon. Third down and 1. Play fake. Love being chased. Loads up and fires, and he's got incompletion.
Rest ka muna, house. Okay, sis. Have a good night. Not good night. More night. 9 p.m. na pala dyan. Sige, tulog tayo ulit. Update lang tayo.
This Dallas crowd is in shock.
Extra point up and extra point. It's the post. It's no good. It's the 6th miss by Carlson on an extra point. On the fake. Pressure on Prescott's face. Throws. Brandon Cooks. He went backwards, but he's got enough for a first down. A blitz. It's picked up. Prescott into a tight window and it's caught. Oh, Michael Gallup coming to life, and that was a great throw. Only has 1 catch on 4 targets. Second and 2 here, though. Here's Prescott. And no one in front of him. Darnell Savage. Touchdown.
جهز نفسك على سفر لندن.
الله، لندن مرة واحدة؟
قالوا وقت السفر يا رجل. ما شاء الله.
أنا متحمس أنا مشوارك مع الشباب. طول بالرحلة فين؟
والله مشوارك إني ألقى لك حجز على قد الميزانية. تنساش تجيب لي فواتير طيران وفندق عشان اعرف ارجع لك فلوس.
عارف لو إذا هونت بروح الرجال.
اهم شيء تلحق الوجه ما تستريح اللي تحتاجه من بعد.
ما شاء الله. كلكم قاطين بصفحه بعدين فعلا اخراجي مجلس مع فلايكي سياسات واضحه ميزانيه محدده وحدس ذاتي.
Savage saw him the whole way and took him back for 6.
Here's Turpin going to take it out. That's a good cut. He's got great speed. Out across the 30. Turpin giving him a little spark. Out to the 45. An excellent return.
These two safeties, this is a big tendency breaker. They've had almost 80% split safety today. Coming into the season, only 35.
A lot of time here. Over the middle is going to first down. It's Cooks. For the last 2 weeks and today, they've been just terrific. Prescott quick throw outside Ferguson, cuts it in. And Ferguson with a great move, and that should be enough for a first down. Prescott just going to run it. First down. And that'll do the job down inside the 10 of the marker, just outside the 10. Prescott looking, firing. It is caught as a down. The Rams not going to get in. Penalty flag, there's no timeouts. The half is going to run out unless this is on rebate.
Hey, take a look here. Press man, they know where Dak Prescott wants to go. I think they're going to call defensive holding illegal contact. Yeah. So you're going to wonder if Dak checks in the run.
Prescott going to keep dropping Ferguson, and he's in for a touchdown. And let's close this. Yeah, this defense has played really well. And now Prescott trying to change it. There's
Hello, good morning guys. Shout out Aman channel. Shout out. Thank you for coming.
Use that motion to try to undress the defense.
I will give you moderator.
Personal foul, late there. Defensive line 7.
Yeah, you see that left hand.
Shout out, you rate squid loser. Shout out.
Back is behind and CeeDee Lamb made a great catch.
Yes guys, just connect to each other.
Here's Brandon Aubrey, 34 yards out. He is up and good. So the Cowboys 7.5, 3 after it.
Got to get that before his back one track.
Second and 3 here. So looking to the outside. Here's blocking and going for the first down. Although it looks to the case there, but Marshall's saying it's going to be wide open and stop. Come back again. Racing up the sideline, he's down inside the 20. Even a plenty works for Green Bay as Dobbs with a big gainer. He's got 46. Jones again. Running left, running up the middle. The third today for Aaron Jones. There is Prescott. Fires out to Lamb. Well, not for first down. You think about how he started this game, right?
When you don't know what you don't know, they've got a young roster, very limited playoff experiences. Right now, it doesn't matter.
Man, has a man open and caught by Michael Gallup. Moves around. Down to the 35.
50, question mark coming in, he retweets it.
Here's Pollard, and he's got a first down. 28. Prescott. Roll. Gonna take it and run. Looking chunky for the first down. Instead, it knocks him out of bounds. Don't see where they marked it. Pollard hits it. Touchdown, Dallas. flag in the end zone.
There were 2 fouls during the play, both by the offense. An outdoor player is moving down the field. Offense number 63. That penalty is declined. Pass interference. Offense number 18. That penalty will be accepted. 10-yard penalty and replay to try.
Sometimes certain things go for and against you.
Is Aubrey extra point? Hits the post and it's no good. But, I mean, big turn of events, right? Instead of a 2-possession game, it's an 18-point game. And now here's Aaron Jones. Breaks another tackle. Another big run by Aaron Jones. Here's Jones. Another big C. Aaron Jones into Cowboys territory.
We're going to rely on our corners and our secondary have come through time and time again, but they can't keep letting Aaron Jones run this down their face.
Take it to him here. Love. Back foot. Has a man wide open. It's going to be caught by Musgrave. Racing towards the end zone. He is in. Touchdown, Green Bay. Fought their way in. One last game of the season. Clinched the playoff spot at 9-8, and now as a 7 seed, they are destroying Dallas in a place that they haven't lost in 2 years. As they throw it over the middle and have a completion. 4-man rush. Again, no receiver. Preston comes underneath, low for Pollard, and it's incomplete with 3 seconds to go in this third quarter. Blitz coming. Everybody's coming. Prescott throws it off his back foot, and it's going to be incomplete. Tolbert never saw it. The third quarter ends. The Packers will take over, and they are owning this day in Big D. On the move again after a stop on downs. Here's Aaron Jones. Output of over 100 and then more. Jones spinning his way down to 21.
Free up the quarterback and just let the play unfold.
Wilson off the top and inside the 5. And a good run from him. On the fake. Love zips it in there. It's caught for a touchdown. Romeo Dobbs.
And that would give their defense a chance, but I'm going to give credit. Both sides of the ball are dominating this game.
Prescott back to throw it. Rips it to Ferguson.
The first season that we've really seen what this Matt LaFleur system wants to be by design.
Wide receiver. And Gallup, nice catch. It absorbs a hit from Campbell, but he's got a first down. Prescott rifles over the middle. He's got a touchdown to Ferguson. They'll do that here. They'll get in for 2. And Taylor's just going to get it and run it for a yard. Choose of this.
It's just got to be so disappointing for this group. Everything went your way.
Prescott now with Aaron CD Lamb makes the catch in stride. Here's Prescott. Going end zone, Ferguson. He makes the catch and he's got another. Quarterback draw. And it is a 2-possession game. Onside kick, that's nowhere near 10 yards. It's getting closer now. Green Bay will jump on it. Gave him a hug. Third and 7. Let this throw, trying to wrap it up. Grab incomplete. And stops the clock with 2:29 left. Prescott fires, Brooks has it. First down out across the 25. And unable to stop the clock. See if they can like it for the 2-minute warning. Here's Prescott, pressure in his face, spinning away and gets rid of it to Ferguson, who's going to get up and pick up the first down and get out of bounds with 1:52 to go. Third down and 3. Prescott, quick throw, Brooks, first down, out of bounds. And the stats almost a little bit misleading. Green Bay at one point was up 27-0 in this game. Back again over the middle. There's what he said. Gallup right over the middle, inside the 30. He goes with 1:29 left.
So now they got to hurry up and
Well, the Ferguson banged up, and he said Steelmaker in the pressure, Preston Smith.
Everybody back on the line of scrimmage.
Last gas for Dallas. Prescott just going to kind of throw a Hail Mary to the end zone and land out of bounds. And that will do it. They come out of Dallas. They have the first loss here all year and the number 7 seed. This young team surprising everyone by making the playoffs, and now they're on the divisional to take on the number 1 seed, 49ers.
Can you name the guys that were picked ahead of you, Tom?
The quarterbacks, Chad Pennington was picked in the first round. Chris Redman was picked in the third round. Giovanni Carmazzi was picked in the third round, I think. T. Martin was picked in the 5th round. Spurgeon Wynn was picked. There was one other guy, small school guy, Mark Bolger.
In the 2000 NFL Draft, a quarterback who would become one of the best of all time was available. He wasn't the highest rated. He wasn't the best athlete. He didn't have the best numbers, win a championship, have the best mechanics, or the strongest arm. And he wasn't selected until pick number 199. Tom Brady went in the 6th round, and 6 quarterbacks were taken ahead of him.
What do you think makes a good ball player?
Tom Brady knew as much then as experts will tell you now. It's not easy to identify good players, and even harder to predict NFL quarterbacks.
When a coach or a scout tells you that this guy has the intangibles, or we're looking for the intangibles, that's a euphemism for saying we have no clue what we're looking for, we just know it when we see it.
You know, you have these guys that are in college, and yeah, they have the ability to stand back there in the pocket and throw it to this guy who's open by 10 yards. Okay, do they have the same ability to stand back in that pocket when a guy's hitting them and throw it to a guy that's open by 1 yard? Can you do it when the speed's faster? Can you do it when you're getting hit by somebody bigger? Can you do it when the defense you're seeing is more complex? Nobody knows until they actually get there.
Tom Brady reads defenses better than any quarterback I know right now.
It's not easy. Tom Brady wasn't something that happens every year. You're not going to find that 6th-round quarterback who becomes a Hall of Famer. It just isn't going to happen.
For a future Hall of Famer, Brady's early life in football was a constant struggle for recognition.
I'd like to introduce my starting quarterback from this past season, Tom Brady. If any colleges or coaches are interested in seeing more of Tom, we have a whole list of past plays that you can sort of look over the 10-game period of last season.
I never played football until my freshman year, and as a freshman, I was the backup quarterback on a team that was 0-8.
The team didn't score a touchdown, and he wasn't deemed good enough to play one offensive play as a quarterback.
The only reason I played my sophomore year was because the kid who was the freshman quarterback stopped playing, because I'm not playing football anymore. So I was like, I guess I'm going to play. And I always had a decent arm, but I just really took to the game.
Brady never developed into a blue-chip recruit, but he caught the attention of the main. The University of Michigan opened its doors to him.
There were 7 guys on the depth chart when I got there. Scott Dreisbach, who was the year ahead of me. Brian Greasy, who was a year ahead of that. Jason Carl was going into his 5th year. Scott Leffler was this highly recruited quarterback out of Ohio. I remember being out there the first day of practice and being like, man, I'm better than these guys. And of course I wasn't, but just that was always my attitude.
Come on, Brady. Brady, hurry up.
By his sophomore season, Brady was pushing number 14, senior Brian Greasy, for the starting job.
Greasy and Tommy they're a tie. I mean, they're neck and neck. No one knew who was going to start. And Coach Carr's thing was always the tie goes to the upperclassmen. I remember Tommy being a little, mad about that and thought about transferring and thought about going back home to Cal or something like that.
He came back the next day. He sat down right in front of my desk. He said, Coach, I'm not going to leave. And I'm going to prove to you that I'm the best quarterback. There's no question, as I looked into his eyes, he had a goal in mind, and he was not going to be denied.
In his junior year, Brady started every game and won 10 of his final 11. But to remain the starter his senior season, he would have to fend off sophomore Drew Henson. Before even coming to Michigan, Henson was a state hero, a two-sport female for a high school 20 miles outside of Ann Arbor.
He probably was the most highly touted athlete to come to Michigan, at least in my memory.
He had incredible talent. Faster than I was, stronger, quicker, more elusive, better on running.
This guy, as they say, can't miss with the ball. Lloyd Carson, I've never been around a guy that has this much potential.
At the start of Brady's senior season, the tight quarterback battle did not automatically go to the upperclassmen.
Starting quarterback? What time's the game? 3:30? You'll see that.
Coach Carr said, all right, Tom, you're going to start the games. Drew's going to play the second quarter games, and then we're going to decide, who plays after that. He thought he had two big quarterbacks, wanted to play both, and he said he was going to go with the hot hand.
We had a chance to talk to some NFL personnel. This one director of player personnel said he understood why Michigan is continuing to try to give Henson more and more opportunities to go out there and get experience because his upside is so much higher than Tom Brady's. And I said, yeah, but Brady's the guy with the experience. He's the captain. 10 wins last year. He said, yeah, but he doesn't play Henson. He's got a problem because then Henson's going to go and he's going to go play baseball.
Tommy was a clear cut. He was the captain of that team. He was the leader of the team, and he was the best quarterback in that team. Bar none, ask any guy in that team.
With Carr juggling the quarterbacks, Michigan won its first 5 games. But against Michigan State, the Wolverines got in a 17-point hole with Henson. And Brady was asked to dig them out of it. Brady threw for 241 yards in the final 18 minutes and nearly brought Michigan back. After a 307-yard performance the following week, the quarterback competition was over.
Brady really separated himself the way he played. And that's when I decided Brady was going to be the quarterback and Drew was going to be the backup.
Against Penn State, Michigan trailed by 10 in the final minutes. And the legend of the comeback kid was born.
Tom Brady leads the Wolverines back.
There's no greater leader in intercollegiate athletics than Tom Brady. He's handled this difficult coaching decision this year in a way that only enhanced his stature among his teammates and all those people who loved him.
Brady's finest collegiate performance was still to come. The Orange Bowl.
It's the last time I take the field as a Wolverine. We got down in the game 14-0. We came back and tied it 14-14. We got down 28-14 in the second half. Came back and made it 28-28. We're going to bootleg and threw it to Sean Thompson.
Sets up, fires across the bow. Finance got it. Sean Thompson, touchdown.
They scored and to make it 35-34, and they kicked the extra point, missed the extra point, we won in overtime.
Make no mistake, Tom Brady carried us through that game.
The Alabama game, in my experience in Michigan, is as fine a performance at quarterback as anybody ever had.
We accused you about being the comeback kid. You didn't want to have to wait till the fourth quarter to bring the team back, but you did a tremendous job. What better way to go as an end-year senior? An Orange Bowl victory.
You would think Brady's achievements at Michigan would have won the admiration of pro teams looking for a quarterback in the upcoming draft. But it didn't happen that way. Brady's struggle for recognition continued.
I only had one call from the NFL. Bobby Greer, who was with the Patriots at the time, talked about they were going to draft a quarterback late. I just said, you will never regret drafting Tom Brady.
This is the draft report on you. Basically, it goes poor build, skinny, lacks great physical stature and strength.
Lacks mobility and ability to avoid the rush. Lacks a really strong arm. Can't drive the ball downfield. Does not throw a really tight spiral.
A system-type player who can get exposed if forced to ad lib.
And gets knocked down easily.
That kind of gets me fired up because I'm thinking, you know, what the hell do these people know? I mean, that sounds like Joe Montana right there.
Joe Montana. As a kid who grew up 20 minutes from Candlestick Park, that's exactly who Tom Brady wanted to be.
We used to be dyed-in-the-wool 49er fans. We loved Joe Montana, best ever.
When I was 4 years old, my dad took me to one of the games. It was the NFC Championship game in Dallas, played the Niners at home.
We were sitting in the end zone when Dwight Clark made the catch.
In the 2000 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers were one of the teams looking for a quarterback.
We knew all about Tom. Tom was from Sarah High School, right up the street. At the combine, when you watched Tom, you saw this tall, gangly-looking kid, looked like having ever seen a weight room. Ran a 5.2 something. One of the slowest quarterbacks in the combine. Does he wow you throwing the ball? There were some other guys that could shoot it, and he had just an okay arm. Did his coaches at Michigan really stand on the table and say, this is the greatest thing since Joe Montana? No, not even close. They had to decide if it was he or Drew Henson. We even had a local combine in San Francisco where the kids from the local colleges or the local high schools can come by and have a workout. And Tom was there. And Bill was there. We were all there. And Tom, to be quite honest, did nothing that would say, hey, we need to draft this guy.
His 40 time and that vertical jump. In 32 years of doing this, we talked about 576 quarterbacks. He was number 576.
It's not really what my skill set is, but fortunately for me, that's how a quarterback thinks about either.
You're going to go somewhere and learn a little bit about quarterbacking. You might as well go to Bill Walsh School of Quarterbacking with Steve Mariucci. It's a pretty good offensive coach in his own right. Giovanni Carmazzi, quarterback of the Flying Dutchman of Hofstra, and he's the second quarterback pick.
We were season tickets for the 49ers for 25 years, and we were just hurt. It just, we kind of took it personally, if you will.
Giovanni Carmazzi, the quarterback who was ranked second on your board behind Chad Pennington. Tell me where he fits in this current quarterback situation.
Well, he was probably the best quarterback in the draft as far as athletic ability. This is a fine athlete with a real future. We were sweating it out like the last 10 picks that somebody would take. And then we heard later that others were just about to take him when we did. So that was one of our better choices.
We're in the draft room. It was the 5th round. We already had 3 quarterbacks at the time. We had just signed our number 1 quarterback, Drew Bledsoe, for a lot of money.
How much time left on the clock? 9 minutes, 18 seconds.
I remember Belichick walking up the board and said, wow, Brady's still on the board.
One of the real troubling parts was the Michigan situation, the fact that really they were trying to replace him as their starting quarterback and say, okay, they don't really want this guy as their starting quarterback. They want another guy. Well, what's the problem here? You know, it's a little bit of a red flag there.
The Patriots' first 5 picks were number 7, tackle Adrian Clem, who started just 10 games for them in 5 seasons. Running back J.R. Redmond, who finished his career with less than 700 rushing yards. Tackle Greg Robinson Randall, who lasted just 3 seasons with them. Tight end Dave Sachowski and defensive lineman Jeff Merritt both never made the roster. And with the 199th overall pick, they selected a skinny quarterback from Michigan named Tom Brady.
There was nothing we could really do about the whole Henson situation. We just had to evaluate what we saw. And we saw Tom time and again his senior year start the game off well. And then so many times Tom would come back in and rescue the situation and pull out the win for Michigan against great competition, the biggest game. We just took his opportunities and tried to make the most out of them.
Brady made his share of rookie mistakes.
I can't stand it. Run it again. Hold up and run it again, Brady.
But he possessed a veteran's confidence.
This skinny, spoon-full a young man walked over to me and said, "Hi, Mr. Kraft, I want to introduce myself. I'm Tom Brady." I said, "I know who you are. You're our 6-round draft choice." And I always remember he looked me like a laser, eye to eye, and he said, "That's right, and I'm the best decision this organization has ever made."
I remember calling my agent. I said, "I think I want to buy a house. This is 2 weeks into training camp." And he's like, "Are you nuts? You know, why don't you make the team first?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to make the team. Don't worry about that." Like, let's just make sure we get a good interest rate.
37 days ago, Steve Young pulled the plug on the 49ers' 20-year dynasty. From Montana and Young, we now have Garcia and Meyer. But perhaps the starter of the future is 23-year-old Giovanni Carmazzi.
You can't really set your expectations to play like Joe Montana or Steve Young, but just the fact that they considered me to be a guy who maybe someday could adequately fill those shoes, I'm very proud of that, and it's a tremendous honor.
Gio, look at me. What's the situation? What's the deal here? Yeah, but what's the down and distance and how much time do you have left? Don't look.
22 seconds. Okay.
All right, Gio's out of bounds. 1 foot in front of the numbers, right there. Right there. That's the difference between him making 5 yards and 12 yards. Here versus here. Put it where you want it.
This kid had all the measurables. He was fast. He was athletic. He was strong. He was smart. Played at Hofstra. Well, you know, is Hofstra playing for the national championship? No, but they had a lot of good players coming out of there, okay? But it became repetitive. First game, preseason game. The stage was maybe a little too big. The lights might be a little bit too bright for him.
2 days after Joe Montana was inducted into the Hall of Fame, the 49ers were hoping to see signs that Giovanni Carmazzi was the next Joe Montana.
Carmazzi under pressure, and let it be duly noted that his career begins rather ingloriously with back-to-back sacks.
The next Joe Montana was on the field that day. He just happened to play for the other team.
I think we walked out of that game feeling that we had probably taken the right guy. I'm telling you, when you get out on the field and another team wants to knock your head off, they've got to be able to handle that mentally and emotionally. And some do, some love it, and some that makes them very nervous, and they lose some confidence. To this day, I believe that Gio, he got off on the wrong foot against the Patriots in the preseason game, and boy, I think some doubt crept in.
Carmazzi never appeared in a regular season game and was released after 2 seasons. Brady would go on to win 3 Super Bowls, but as a rookie, he would barely make the roster as the Patriots' 4th quarterback.
The reason we didn't release him was because we felt that we didn't want to take a chance on losing him, and so we carried him as a 4th quarterback even though we never played, and it was really a wasted roster spot for the 2000 season, but we felt that Tom had enough potential if he could continue to improve, that's why we carried him as an active player.
Tom Brady fell in love with football the day Dwight Clark made the catch. As fate would have it, Clark had a chance to draft Brady in 2000 as the GM of the Cleveland Browns. Clark did draft a quarterback. It just wasn't Tom Brady.
A Spurgon win from Southwest Texas State. 47.8 completion percentage this past year at the Division I AA level. 13 interceptions, only 12 touchdown passes. Would you say that again? 47%? I don't know. My team must be blocked out or something. I can't.
Salamat si Smira sa pagtambay.
47%.
Hindi pa ako nakabalik sa tulog.
Tommy had thrown it better than 62% his senior year. Had thrown twice as many TDs as interceptions, had come back in games on the biggest stage with 100,000 people in the stands, and he didn't get any respect.
Spurgeon Wynn was originally a Big Ten rival of Brady at the University of Minnesota, but he soon transferred back home to tiny Southwest Texas State.
Yeah, I don't remember them out of college. I was pretty good. For some reason, I don't remember.
Well, you were there.
No.
The University of Minnesota.
Oh, it's university. No. Was it really? As what?
Quarterback.
I didn't play big time college football. I never really had a great year. We didn't win a whole bunch of games. Spurgeon had a strong arm. I mean, make no mistake about that. But Tom Brady was the best quarterback in my eyes in that draft that year. And then when I came to Cleveland and played with some of these quarterbacks, I'm like, wow, really, these are our quarterbacks we got here. Tommy went 6th round. It's just unbelievable. It's just mind-blowing.
I'm anxious to see Spurgeon win. There's a good
That's it. But see, you got to make that decision earlier so he has a chance to hear it.
My expectation was that I wasn't going to play my first year. We had a #1 pick, Tim Couch, and we had Ty Detmer. Played a bunch of years, been everywhere. I was told, hey, sit and learn behind these two guys, which at the time I was okay with. Looking back, it was probably a mistake to even have that kind of thought process.
After an injury to former #1 pick Tim Couch, Spurgeon was forced into action. It was trial by fire. A 44-7 thumping by the 2000 Ravens, the eventual Super Bowl champions.
Caught off guard, yeah. I was caught off guard a little bit. And like I said, that was my own fault.
Talk to me about your favorites, because talk about love under, okay?
Like sticks.
Okay.
Like double C,
All right.
16.
Okay. Just want to throw so you get on TV, huh? Yeah.
Tom Brady had to wait a year for his moment. A moment he prepared for the minute he was drafted.
A lot of people don't believe in it. Is obvious by 6 other quarterbacks taken and 198 other picks. And I always felt, once I get my shot, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna really take advantage of that.
I remember we were out in California for a wedding, and he was talking, and he said, I'm going to beat out Drew Bledsoe. And I go, we call each other coach. I go, Coach, this is Drew Bledsoe, Pro Bowl quarterback. He goes, I'm telling you, and he starts throwing that ball harder at me, and harder. And I got no gloves on. He's ripped my hands to shred. He goes, I'm going to beat him up. You just watch.
Right there, good. That's it, Brady.
That's the best series you've had in camp. We signed Damon Heward in 2001 as the backup quarterback, but by the end of training camp, Tom beat Damon out, and he really had a better preseason than Drew did. What held us back from making that decision was just Tom's inexperience. And then, of course, by the end of the second game, Mo Lewis hit Bledsoe.
And the rest was history. And I knew when he got hurt that there was no way Tommy was going to get that job back to Drew.
Tom Brady has been put in at quarterback and Drew Bledsoe taken out.
The story is well known. Bledsoe never reclaimed the starting job. Brady never looked back.
56 seconds left. Brady fires from 60 yards.
Brady led the Patriots to the AFC East title in 2001, twice beating the Colts and future rival Peyton Manning.
Okay. Let him do luck.
You too.
Unlike Brady, Manning was a 4-year starter in college, the best quarterback in Tennessee history. His successor was T. Martin, one of the Brady Six.
Martin, that ball going down the sidelines. It is caught. Here's Price. It's touchdown.
Martin did something at Tennessee that Manning never did. He won a national championship.
You're going undefeated, and every week somebody's giving you their best to beat you. You don't breathe. You just keep going. And finally being the best at the end of the year, it was an awesome feeling.
But in the NFL, he appeared in just 3 games and completed only 6 passes.
The NFL is such a bottom line business. It's about production. You either get it done or you're not there anymore. And that reality sets in pretty quickly.
Tom Brady didn't get to where he is without a little luck.
Charles Woodson came on a quarter blitz, and he rocked his former Michigan teammate. The play's going to be reviewed, though, Mike.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback arm is going forward.
me, and even if it's him taking the Super Bowl ring from me, I couldn't help but appreciate what Tom did in Super Bowl 36.
In the 2001 season, Tom Brady led the Patriots to one of the biggest upsets in Super Bowl history. A surprising feat with the 199th pick in the 2000 draft. But he wasn't even the first quarterback in his draft class to get a ring.
I ended up getting picked up by the Ravens off the Ravens, and we ended up going 2 Russell. Obviously, great my Super Bowl ring out, which was awesome.
We were prepared to take Chris Redmond in the first round. Our scouts in particular really loved the guy. So when he kept falling, and we were able to pick him up in the third round, the room kind of exploded because we felt like we were getting a late first-round value.
Redmond played for his father at Louisville Males High School, where he set the national record for touchdown passes in a season with 57.
Chris Redmond, touchdown, great pass again.
Like Tom Brady, Redmond was recruited by Michigan.
As far as recruiting goes, what's the most memorable recruiting story you had so far? I'd probably say when I was at my girlfriend's house, and I had no idea who it was, and all of a sudden they said telephone, and I was like, hello, and they said, this is Michigan calling, and I had no idea. I mean, they would call you at your girlfriend's house, so they kind of go to extremes.
Redmond ended up staying home at the University of Louisville, where he became their all-time leading passer. But he was just another guy in Baltimore, educated in the nuances of the football.
No, I want to cue it. That way I can look here and see by personnel and down and distance if there's any tendency to what they're doing. They just keep going.
Chris Redmond was a coach's son, and we had high expectations for Chris. We thought he could process the game a little bit faster than he did. And it just didn't turn out for him.
I was out of the league for a couple of years, actually selling insurance on the streets. Sounded good, you get to play a lot of golf, be outside and be a people person, which I am. But I found out that it's tough. You know, I found it being harder than football because I was not really good at it. You know, man, if I get a chance to do the football thing, I'm going to make sure that I make the best of it.
In the spring of 2005, Redmond got another chance. A tryout with the New England Patriots.
You know, Chris is a big, strong kid. You know, physically had good talent. But after working with him for a period of time, we just felt that there were other options.
Redmond is new to the team. Scott Barnett, which is Redmond. He was the first
Shout out, my friend, Heaven Hope. Shout out. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I will visit your link.
Henry became a starter in 2004. He led the Jets to a division title against Indiana Braves team. But after the rivalry was going south. Ray won 7 of the next 8 years, while injuries threatened Henry's career.
I had 2 shoulder surgeries within 8 months, 2 rotator cuff tears, and I lost the grip on the ball. Well, obviously.
That's that long throw. That's that slow curve. That slow knuckleball. Oh, I like that.
You know, a lot of times you're coming back from an injury with a body part that you don't have to survive with it. Shoulder, quarterback, that's your survival. That's your whole livelihood.
All right, here we go. Get to it. You're 1 on, right? 35. On my favorite.
In contrast, the string being from San Mateo seemed invincible. At one point, making 111 consecutive starts.
You know, part of being a quarterback, being is being on the field. And you never want to see someone else do your job. Like Brett Favre, you know, he never came off the field, never even gave a chance for every quarterback to get his job. That's how I feel. I don't ever want anyone to ever think, man, maybe someone could do Tom's job better than he can do it.
We got light. We got light down.
In the 2003 season, Brady led the Patriots to another Super Bowl, another last-minute game-winning drive, another Super Bowl MVP award.
To me, what separates really good players from great players is keep them under pressure. The biggest games, the greatest stage, I think that's what playing quarterback's all about.
A year later, Brady became the youngest quarterback to win 3 Super Bowl titles. Mark Bulger was there for Brady's first, a third-string quarterback on the opposing sideline. Another member of the Brady Six.
The next year, we start out a little rough, Super Bowl hangover, whatever they want to call it. Kurt ended up breaking his finger. We were 0-5, and Coach Marsh pulled me in his office and said, "I'm going to start you."
You know, the first game he played was against the Oakland Raiders, and he went in and really tore it up in the first few games that he played. I mean, he was really, really spectacular.
And good patience by Mark Ball. Absolutely. He threaded the needle.
Unfortunately for me, it made me expendable.
Nice. Nice. Really nice, huh? Boy, that's pretty. That's what that is. That's beautiful. How about you, huh? Just another reason why you're the best.
Bulger reached 1,000 completions faster than any quarterback in NFL history and was twice voted to the Pro Bowl.
I felt physically that he was as gifted a thrower as any quarterback that I'd ever been around. Unfortunately, I don't think all the pieces were around him long enough. They were all getting older. Some people had to be replaced. And I think that's kind of Mark's career. Played great when he had the right guys around him. When he didn't, he struggled. And, you know, it's the same for most of them.
But not Brady. In 2006, he made a championship run with a receiving core made up primarily of cast-offs and newcomers.
I remember I was playing with the Chargers, and that's when LT said to Rex, we were just hot that year. He goes, "We're going to beat you guys. This guy's overrated. This guy can beat by double moves." And everything that he said, when he left, I go, "We're in trouble." Sure enough, 2 minutes ago, he kind of gave me a look, and I go, "You got to be kidding me."
Looking left, firing over the middle. It is caught over the middle by Daniel Graham. Stands in the pocket. Shoots it long and deep to the right side. And it's caught. We take off with him.
Boom, 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 game.
How's the tough one?
Brady came up 1 game short of another Super Bowl appearance. But he would return the following year with one of the best seasons by a quarterback in NFL history.
Let's go, baby! Let's go now!
Tom Brady was driven to excel by the 6 quarterbacks drafted in front of him and the early push he received from Drew Henson in college. The connection with Henson is deepest. After all, Brady's career was supposed to happen to the can't-miss kid.
Well, he would have been a first-round draft choice. I mean, he showed the characteristics you look for in an NFL quarterback.
And Tommy Brady, there's no way that any of us really thought that Tom was going to become the quarterback that he became in the NFL.
Like Henson, Brady was a 2-sport prospect.
When it's down and away, you drop the shoulder. You got to keep it down and away. You got to stay up on it.
My high school's known for baseball, and I love baseball. I was much better baseball player going into high school.
You like baseball? Take your catcher. I love catching. Kind of figured out back there. Pitchers are too mental.
He got drafted in the 18th round, but we were told had he not committed to Michigan, he would have been a 2nd or 3rd round draft pick.
Brady gave up baseball when he got to Michigan. Drew Henson was drafted by the New York Yankees, who continued to play both sports.
When I had my summertime, I just wanted to play baseball at the Yankees farm system as opposed to other kids with other summer jobs.
He was just a natural. He did everything he did. I mean, he was phenomenal. That junior year, he had 18 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. And they beat Ohio State at Columbus. I remember Charlie Castlewood, who was the general manager at the time of the Houston team, had said that if we get the number 1 pick and Henson's there and he hasn't done anything else, we're taking Drew Henson number 1 in the draft.
But after 3 years back and forth, Henson decided to forego his senior year of football and play baseball full time.
At that moment, when I was 21 years old, I really wanted to be a pro baseball player.
Henson's major league career was short.
It's too bad the way it turned out. He was 1 for 9 in his baseball career. And he made good strokes.
Henson decided to return to football. In 2004, he made his first start for America's team on Thanksgiving.
Don't let you play third base unless you can throw the ball. That's what he did as a baseball player, and obviously plenty of arm strength.
But you have to be able to hit the curveball, and that's why he learned number 7 for the Cowboys.
Game starts, we take the first drive, we get out of the score, we go up 7-0. But in the second quarter, I end up throwing a pick that gets returned for a touchdown. And then he pulled it.
Some big news from the Dallas Cowboys. Bill Parcells told me at halftime he's seen about enough of Drew Henson in his rookie debut. He said the kid did some nice things, but he needs to know the quarterback who gives him the best chance to win the ball game.
Players get a window of opportunity, and quarterbacks specifically usually get the just one. Tom made the most of his situation in New England. He jumped in when Drew went down, led the team to a bunch of victories, and ran with it. My opportunity seemingly opened and closed on the same day.
You know, these high expectations, you're supposed to be the next great Yankee, you're supposed to be the next great, that's enough. But then also the next great Cowboy. I mean, that is a lot of stuff to deal with.
Tom Brady wasn't supposed to be anything. He had to work at it.
He was skinny, slow. Right.
Too pretty to be a football player, but he was smarter than everything. And he studied night and day and night.
Nobody works harder than Tom Brady.
If you didn't play well on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday in practice in college, I didn't know if I was going to start the game. So when I come to the Patriots, that's how I treat Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
That's it. Nice patience on that. Nice patience.
By the time Henson washed out in Dallas, Brady was a 3-time Super Bowl champion and Pro Bowl regular.
And he really awful. Really like idiots. Here's a guy that's one of the greatest quarterbacks in history, and he still has that chip on his shoulder to be the very best. He wants to prove those people that doubted him that they're wrong.
Airs it out downfield. Randy Moss is there. Touchdown. Tom Brady right on the button with that one.
2007 was Brady's best. He set the NFL's single-season record for touchdown passes.
Touchdown pass number 50 for Tom Brady.
And he took the Patriots back to the Super Bowl, where they fell 1 game short of the perfect season.
Again, the talking with Drew Henson was at Michigan with Tom Brady. Brady's still doing it. You're retired at 30, but Brady is still doing it. You know, it's like looking for a pimple on Miss America. Is there anything wrong with this guy?
No, apparently not. Not these days. I'm resigned to the fact that, for forever that our college days are intertwined. So I understand the questions and the football, baseball questions as well. If you get tired of answering them, certainly. I'll try to think of new ways to answer them sometimes. But, it is what it is, and that's all. It's part of my story, and always will be.
A year after Brady's Patriots went 16-0, the Detroit Lions went 0-16. It was Henson's last year in the NFL.
He knew what he had been in college, so we brought him in just to take a look at him and see if there was anything left in there.
I'm 30 years old. I'm done playing probably sooner than I thought I would be. But at the same time, I get a jump start in this next career. So looking into sports broadcasting, actually broadcast a few games for ESPN3 this fall, doing color for the college football stuff.
Oh, sweet.
I don't have any regrets. Every decision I made felt like at that time was the right decision. Looking back 10 years, I think that patience was something I've never been great at. If I just continued to play baseball when I left school, either that or if I just played my senior year of football and chose to play football after that, I have no doubts I'd still be playing.
It's gonna be a great comeback, guys. It's gonna be a great comeback. Here we go.
From high school bench warmer to one of the NFL's most celebrated players, the rise of the comeback kid is quite a story. But what sticks most in Tom Brady's mind is the day he fell to 199 in the NFL draft.
We were led to believe that he was going to be drafted, possibly second round, probably third round. They kept calling quarterback names. We kept being stunned. You see, so-and-so get picked, and then there's 9 more picks gone until one team that you think was interested. That's pretty anxious.
We were very distraught with each name that was becoming worse and worse.
So I remember being downstairs for like the 4th round, and I came and gone, and the 5th round was coming and going, and all these other guys were getting picked.
Beginning of the 6th round, he says, I gotta get out of here. So he gets up, comes downstairs, and grabs a baseball bat and starts walking up the street.
I don't want to sit around and maybe my hopes get up, or I'd rather just take my mind off it.
And finally, he comes back into the house, and it's about the 22nd pick of the 6th round. And he says, I gotta get out of here. The poor guy, the tension in the house is just really rough.
And it was hard. I remember taking a walk with my dad and mom around the block.
It was just a tough day. I just remember being there with my mom and dad. Sorry about that.
They just were so supportive of me. And they think as emotional as I do. And, finally when the Patriots called, I was so excited, I was like...
Shout out, Jenlan TV! Salamat sa pagpunta.
So, my family was there, we were all excited. And thank God I got picked here. You got drafted.
Salamat, bro!
And we were jubilant.
Of the 6 quarterbacks taken ahead of Brady, 3 played in the league in 2010. Mark Bolger was Joe Flacco's backup in Baltimore. Chad Pennington underwent surgery on his right shoulder for a 4th time. The 2-time comeback player of the year hopes to return for another season.
I don't really want to major in that comeback player of the year award. I don't want to come back anymore. I want to be here to stay.
Chris Redmond plans to return for his 5th season as a backup in Atlanta.
I was so bad at insurance, I don't know if I can do that again, but there's still, if you were still left around, I guess we'll keep forwarding, I don't know, besides Tom.
T. Martin is the wide receivers coach for one of Tennessee's rivals, Kentucky.
As a kid, some of my role models and father figures in my life were my football coaches. When you're coming out of it, the ball is coming, we start to drift upfield, as opposed to still attacking the ball coming down here. I knew from the time I started playing that one day I wanted to coach. I'm gonna be on you, dog. I'm gonna be on you. All through the screen. Oh yeah, Dad came out today too.
This is my son. This is first before. I'm saying baseball or golf. This might be the next PGA Masters winner or 30-game winner. Has it been a 30-game winner?
Spurgeon River is an energy trader from Houston.
Obviously, the whole evaluation process isn't perfect. I mean, this is just live and prove it, man.
I think you figured it was a touchdown. You were banking on it.
Giovanni Carmazzi does not own television and declined to be interviewed.
You can't be standing there hoping.
He lives 2 hours north of San Francisco and describes himself as a yoga exercising farmer. He has 5 goods.
Hey, this is Michigan right here.
In 2010, 3-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady became the first unanimous MVP in NFL history.
I'm back to California, kid.
It's a story I tell guys. I can come from anywhere. I can go undrafted, draft alone, and win the Super Bowl.
Tom Brady did it. I'm proud to be part of that 2000 quarterback draft class, and he's home torch hot for us.
I feel like Tom Brady was one of those players where everything came together in New England, but he would have had some form of success no matter where he went, no matter where he was taken, no matter what team got him.
And he was right in our backyard. He probably always wanted to be a 49er. And that would have been great. In fact, if we'd have drafted him, I probably would still be coaching there.
We all miss Tom Brady, including the Patriots. They knew he was going to be that good. They would have waited for the 6th round.
Last, great physical stature and strength, tactical ability, and ability to avoid the rush. But not throw really tight spot out. Consistent type player who can get exposed and forced to have lift.
Means they missed the most important part. They didn't understand what drives somebody.
He didn't open up his chest and look at his heart. He didn't look at that. I don't know if anybody did. And what kind of spine he has, and resiliency, and all the things that are making him really great right now.
This game is a struggle. Tom Brady embraced that struggle more than anybody I've ever known.
It's not by accident he got to where he is. And once he had a Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls, it doesn't matter. He's still working just as hard.
Throwing a ball with the speed as opposed to you, keeping your front shoulder closed, a little 6-8 step. That bicep as close to your ear as you can.
By the time it's all said and done, who knows how many rings he'll have.
A decade into his career, the man taken with pick 199 has achieved little. But still, he has plenty to prove.
It's not really a chip on my shoulder. It's just that feeling that, man, maybe you want you. When I watch myself play, I still don't think I'm very good. Man, sometimes, you know, you got a decent arm. You know, I make some pretty bad reads on that day. That's what gets me up and motivates me. I always gotta feel like I'm the best quarterback for this team. I'm gonna earn it every single day.
What I'm feeling right now is chills. It's just awesome to be here, man. It's a beautiful stadium. It's a real beautiful stadium. Court of champions, baby. Here it is. This is Vince Young, Rose Bowl MVP, my boy Michael Hunt. I think we got another one up there, Michigan game, right? To be honored as one of the best that ever came through a Rose Bowl. It's a lot of love and gratitude. I mean, right now, I want to put on the helmet and just run around like a big old kid and reminisce all those different plays. This is not an end zone, but I scored that shocked the world. What's going through my mind right now is I'm actually through. This wasn't no dream, this wasn't no fantasy. It actually happened.
It's near the end. Go get the baby dream now. So think it. Know it. Own it.
I was right down there on the field, positioned near the pylon. It unfolds in slow motion.
I will never
never, ever forget this moment and forget this game. This was magic.
You realize you had seen the play, it's just one of the greatest college games you've ever seen.
When ESPN puts up the top plays in college football history, that play will always be there because it changed the direction of college football history. You gotta see it. You gotta envision it. You gotta play like it. You just talk about it.
He was Daryl Royal reincarnated. Hungry doesn't begin to describe it. This fan base was starving for another championship.
Many call the top prospect in the nation. Madison is the centerpiece of Mac Brown's Texas flag.
In 05, Texas expectations for national championship.
The whole narrative was that USC is the best ever. Nobody would tell me anyway, so we're all playing perspective. This was going to be a great year for Texas.
And Yogi, and you get on your scores reports for the whole season.
Crossing the whole entire season is a massive run.
Perfect narrative. It was just a beautiful three-act structure. The build-up, delivery, and then the final act.
The essence of Texas football. An expectation coming and going, to and fro, while you're here, where you got here, and when you get out, even more so. Excellence. Nowhere in the country does the University have higher expectations when you come to the University of Texas for football.
In Texas, this doesn't mean rock and roll. This doesn't mean surfing. This means football. This is not rock and roll. This is not the devil. This is football. This is Longhorns football. It's its own sign. It's its own symbol. Most Longhorn fans would rather eat cyanide than put on an Aggie shirt, and vice versa, and rightfully so. Right? In Texas, with football, we demand loyalty. So once you pick a side, the line is drawn in the sand. You're a Longhorns fan, born. You're a Longhorns fan when you die.
Texas was the mothership, you know, it was the biggest program in the state. Longhorn fans are the best, and Longhorn fans are the worst. They want to win, and they want it now.
The Texas fan base, spoiled, a little arrogant, but it's justified because Texas has achieved a lot. The most prominent school in one of the most prominent football states in America demands excellence. Flip side of that is expectations are very high, perhaps unrealistically high for some people.
I remember being a little kid just watching UT games with UT people who would just scream every play, go, go. And if you talked, they'd say, shut up. It was like a religion. It was like they were so focused on the game. It was like this extra level of fanaticism.
I'm taking it back to Washington and in Texas.
I don't think one person in the world would have thought after the 1969 and 70 championships that it would be decades before they would win another. You know, so that was kind of driving everybody crazy.
The fans were so tired of not being able to compete, and they've gone through these droughts toward the mid-80s on, and then there would be a flicker of hope. And it's like, oh, we're back. And it's like, oh, no, we're not. In the state of Texas, in their minds, they're always in the national conversation.
There was a swagger and an expectation that it's where we're supposed to be. Like it's, you know, of course, we're rolling through the season and playing in the national championship. It's the University of Texas. Like, of course.
There can be a lot of pressure, extreme amount of
come to play for a water coach at the University of Texas. You are getting handed the keys to the proverbial Rolls Royce, but you got to come in and still be able to drive hard.
Come on, we're bringing on Casey. Come on now, watch your ball. Watch your ball. Come on now. Push yourself every time. Good throw, Vince. Oh, no! Stay up! Come on, Eric! Stay up! Come on, Eric! It's a great effort, but stay up! Why'd you go get hurt? Don't get somebody hurt, that's what I mean! Come on now! Be smart! Be smart, bud! You'll be able to play within the team concept. You've had a great spring. Just make sure we end it right. We said this is the finish line. We want to win it all. And unless you're thinking that, and unless you're playing that, and unless you're feeling that you're going to win it all, you can't possibly do it. You got to see it. You got to envision it. And you got to play like it. You can't just talk about it. Entering 2005, we know where we're going. We know what we've got. Big 12 champs isn't going to be good enough. We've got to take dead aim on the national championship. It hadn't happened in 35 years. Everybody else off! Storm attack! Storm attack! Those two groups off!
There have been a lot of inconsistencies over the years before Matt got there. 98 was a special year because of what Ricky Williams was able to do. And I think that really helped create momentum to bring in really, really strong recruiting classes. And Matt Brown, who's the king of recruiting, has started to take that roster to a different level.
All right, hey, we got 1 hour. We got 1 hour. Give me some focus right now. Let's play physical. Good physical afternoon.
Coming in, the perspective was Texas needed to get over the hump. I still hear it to this day. Texas is soft, Texas is a country club, and we just wanted to defeat that, to knock that stigma.
The guys are spoiled. They look like Tarzan, feel like Jane. Their baby, coddled.
Our 02 class, when we first got to Texas, the label is that we were freaking soft. Ain't nobody that's gonna put your face in the mud and try to break your neck. So that perception is what we were trying to kill. But finally, you're like, okay, we're never gonna call something.
Get off! Snap! Back finish! Good job!
Our 2002 class, we were the #1 class in the country. That was our mindset. We came in #1 and we want to leave #1.
The 2002 recruiting class was arguably the best that Texas has produced in the scholarship in this era, which began in the early 1970s.
David Thomas, we had Lyle Sunline, and Casey Studdard, and Selvin Young was a straight running back. That was kind of the talent they assembled.
This morning at 11, HISD had a mass signing ceremony with 50 of their athletes, led by the quarterback many call the top prospect in the nation. Vincent Young of Madison is the centerpiece of Mack Brown's Texas class. Again, ranked the consensus top recruiting class in the nation. According to most lists, Texas got 8 of the top 38 players in the country.
But this year, we got someone at each position that we felt comfortable with. So we feel like this class is highlighted by a lot of great players.
I really give my parents and friends and family down there to see the game. So before we go out there, I feel real good inside.
There were 4 or 5-star big chippers in that class. It's just as high as you can get. And you obviously started with Vince Young.
Let's break Houston down in terms of neighborhoods, right? So you would have 5th Ward, you would have 3rd Ward, South Park, Hiram Clark, Missouri City, and you have people in the city today who are known as representatives of different areas in town. Scarface would be synonymous with South Park. Zero and Travis Scott would be synonymous with Missouri City. But there's one king of Hiram Clark, and that's the mighty Vince Young.
Houston was tough. My mom and grandmother, we live in the same house. My mom was partying and on drugs and all of the above. When a lot of that stuff was going on in the house, I used to climb through my window and go climb on the street we used to have in front of my house. We used to go over there and just play and just drink. The pain that I seen my mom and my grandmother go through, what I'm gonna do? How can I help my family do something good for them?
Shout out, she's Aunt Carlos.
I used to work at the carnival. I had so much time being an actor down there because I worked there so much. I knew where to go and sneak in at. When the Oilers was playing, I used to always go and watch the games and sneak in there. To the time they were like I was getting chased by security. So I'll run from this side of the stadium and run to the other side. You can catch me. I'll go duck off in the hide in the stands. Back in the day, that was fun. You know, watching the Oilers, man. Watching Warren Moon, Lorenzo White, Ernest Gibbons, Steve McNair. I was already a fan of him when he got drafted to the Oilers. Just to meet him and to be at his football camp and get MVP of the camp. I got a cell phone number. I mean, he stayed in contact with me.
I saw what kind of guy he was. I saw what kind of athleticism he had, the ability he had, the things he did with the football. He's amazed me. And he did some things with football that even I couldn't do. And we got to become close friends after that.
Steve came in from the outside as a superstar and someone who got Vince's attention because Vince wanted to be Steve. And everything that Steve told him, he would listen to.
You really taught him how to be a leader on the team, how to handle success and handle failures. Having a guy like that he called him Pops, so as a father figure, was really, really important for him. I just remember the times he would be around, he'd come to a game, or I think he came to a couple of practices and things, just how Vince lit up. It's how you hope your kids would light up when they see you.
I didn't have a father figure in my life.
Only one winner here. No sweat parks with Rexona.
Through my years in high school and college, he was locked up. He was in jail. The relationship wasn't there. I'm like, yeah, man, that's my guy. That's my pops. I call him my mentor. And just to see him on the sideline, mentoring me and hanging out with me and being there for me in my life, it was a blessing. It was a blessing.
As a black man, you feel like when you get a black person in a position like that, they can't mess it up. They can't mess it up. You have to be more proficient, I believe, when you're in a position that is dominated by a white person. Having Pops as his mentor really galvanized him, going to his camp, and having a guy that looked like you said, okay, line up a quarterback, let's see what you got.
Vince is a guy that's, wanted that father figure, and he found it in me. Not only that, a friend and a guy that's going to try to guide him in the right direction.
See Vincent Young run. See Vincent Young score. See Vincent Young do whatever he wants.
Madison was like a traveling circus. People had to go see Madison Marvin's play because Vince Young at quarterback was the show. There was a little stretch of time there where Houston didn't have an NFL team because the Oilers had left in '97. The Texans didn't start until 2002. Vince Young was one of the most popular athletes in the city.
Today you would call it must-see TV, except it wasn't a TV thing. It was one of those things that you had to go and see in person. As this kid became better and better, as this team became better and better, and it cut like a knife through the city.
Some of us from the Houston area already knew who Vince Young was. There was already this kind of lore around him.
I would look at the Houston Chronicle and see, Young, 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. And I'm like, yeah, and he's like 2 or 3 passing touchdowns. I'm like, no, that's not me. I didn't have no passing touchdowns, And then I would read more, and it was Vince Young.
in terms of running ability was that a long strider like this is a lot of times not very good in small spaces. And yet, he had ballerina feet in small spaces. You know, he could make you miss in a phone booth. On top of that, he had a really strong arm, a little unconventional release, but a very strong arm and a very accurate arm. So, I mean, he checked all of the things that, you know, when you're evaluating a quarterback that you're looking for.
He was, you know, one of the best players in the country and turned out to be the #1 prospect in the whole country.
At this point in time, Vince Young is like the second coming in the city of Houston. It's a big deal. He's a once-in-a-generation type of talent. It was amazing to watch him at that time. And curious as to where he would end up.
Nick Saban, when I was at his football camps at LSU, Coach wanted me to come to LSU to play receiver. I was like, I don't want to play receiver. I want to play quarterback. I really wanted to go to Florida State because I was a big fan of Charlie Ward, Ward Dunn, Dion. Huge fan of Coach Bobby Bott. But my first letter, they wanted me to play wide receiver. I was like, well, we ain't going to Florida State. It didn't start really happening to my senior year that Texas really started to really focus on me.
A lot of people thought Vince would have to be a wide receiver or a safety. They didn't think he would be a quarterback. We were 100% sure that he'd be a quarterback. So when you go in the home, Mom and Grandma are grilling you now. Texas has had very few black quarterbacks in our history. So one of the main questions was, are you going to let him play quarterback? And I said, yes, ma'am, I want to win.
Everybody playing high school football knew of Vince Young, and they knew that Vince going to Texas gave them a better chance to win. The prognosis for the Texas program, the idea that him arriving along with those other talented recruits, the championships were coming.
Everybody starts with Vince. Is he the transcendent type of athlete that's going to get this program to the promised land? You knew the future was Vince Young, but everybody wanted the future to arrive quickly, and it was just going to take time. It was just going to have to be a process.
He wasn't the most confident guy as a freshman because it was all new for him. We actually redshirted him the first year because we were in great shape at quarterback, and then the second year, he and Chance Mock were competing.
Chance Mock, he was a parade All-American, big guy, 6'3", but not quite as big as Vince, and obviously not the runner that Vince Young was. Chance Mock was very good, but he was a more classic drop-back passer. He was biding his time and waiting his turn.
Vince would struggle. You know, Chance would come in.
Chance Mock has taken over. What a time to bring Chance in. He has not played the entire game.
And it was a certain point to where, you know, the fans would call on Chance to save the day.
Chance into the backfield.
Close up right now for an instantly whiter smile. Get ready to party.
That would hurt Vince. At the same time, it's 18, right? So that would mess with any 18-year-old's head.
It was tough because you know, being a starter all your life and I had to take a back seat. And as a young man, you know, you like, I know I can play right now.
He is a competitor. He wants to be out there. He don't want to be number 2. He wants to be number 1. But there was a moment where he was really considering going elsewhere to a different school.
We go to San Diego, and we're playing Washington State, and they're mixing him out of the park. And he's frustrated, and we pull him. And we put Chance Mock in, we almost come back and win the ball game. But I saw him after the game in the dressing room. He was down, obviously, but he took off.
I was going to transfer because I didn't want to be just a pocket quarterback. I I wasn't that type of player. I was in my car driving back to Houston, like, I don't want to go play there no more. And Steve McNair was like, man, listen, it's going to be all right. We're not quitters. Go back and apologize to Coach Brown and Coach Davis and fix it. I pay a lot of respect to Steve. They can turn back around because if I would have kept going, I don't know where I would be at. So I came back and apologized to Coach Brown, apologized to Coach Davis. Steve said, tell them what you want to do. Show them your matureness that you want to do more. And I told Coach Brown that. And I told Coach Davis, I said, Coach, I think I can do more if you just let me play my game.
I think maybe he was trying to adapt to us instead of just being himself and having fun.
We ended up deciding to let Vince be Vince. We're not going to change his throwing motion to look like Peyton Manning. That's not who he is. Let's get the throws incomplete. I don't care how he looks. And what happened is Vince became comfortable. And then Greg and I sat down with Vince and said, what plays do you like? What do you like the best? And we want to get really good at these, and then we can go somewhere else. The next year, we're going to Lubbock, which was a really hard place to play. We're standing there in pregame. He's not throwing the ball very well in pregame, and we're sitting there saying, oh, man, come on now. Come on, Vince. We need you, man. And then he completed 10 of 15 passes for 50 yards. He rushed for 350 yards. And he never lost another game while he was a Texas quarterback.
Young, inside of 15, touchdown! Young got the back line for the point. 50, in, touchdown, Vince Young! Unbelievable! Vince Young has had an amazing afternoon.
Fourth down, 18. That's all that separates Kansas from one of the biggest upsets of the year.
I look at 2004 as being as key to everything that happened in 2005 as anything else. The Kansas game. They're down 10 points, 3.5 minutes to go in the ball game. He leads them to a touchdown. They get the ball back, but they've got, the 4th and 18 play.
We lose the game if we don't make the first down. He drops back to throw. We call a deep square in. He takes off running. I said, no, man, come on. What are you doing?
He's going to try to run for it. He's going to have a first down. How about this guy? Vince Young on his own picks up a 4th and 18.
He comes over to me and he said, hey, Pops, you want to go ahead and win it now or you want to go to overtime? I said, come on, smart Alec. Let's go win it now.
Here we go. 17 seconds left in the pocket. Young throwing toward the end zone. He's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Texas. The senior Tony Jeffrey. Can you believe this?
If they lose the game to Kansas, they don't go to the Rose Bowl to play Michigan. They're going to wind up in the Alamo Bowl or the Holiday Bowl. And then you're going to see Cal wind up in the Rose Bowl as a result of that.
Well, those were the bad old days of the BCS. I hated that system. They tweaked the formula, it seems like every year. They didn't like the results. They either would give more weight to humans, less to computers, or vice versa. And it forced coaches to lobby the pollsters in the AP and the coaches poll. Texas hadn't been in the BCS Bowl, so it meant a whole lot for them to get there.
Oh my, that got to be real political. Mac never minded sharing his opinion. Mac was a talker, and I didn't blame him. I mean, if you're not going to lobby for yourself, who's going to lobby for you?
If being fifth in the BCS last year didn't get us in, and if being fifth with 10 wins in the BCS this year, we need to change the system because the system's not fair for the best teams in America.
I don't care about me. I don't care about who says I'm whining. I don't care about we should have beaten OU. I don't care about we could have been conference champs. I really think tomorrow afternoon this team should be in the BCS.
10 wins may not be enough to get a BCS bid. The frustration is understandable, and Mac Brown is simultaneously lobbying voters for support, lobbied me last night.
I think coaches tried to persuade us to be mouthpieces for their cases. Mac was going to leave no stone unturned when it came to lobbying.
We knew every AP voter, every coach's poll voter. He's going to take up for his team.
Cal and Texas really were like neck and neck in the standings there to try to get into a BCS bowl.
That's some class right there by Jeff Tedford to take a knee.
We've seen other coaches try and score in similar situations just like that.
That's worth a couple of votes right there, in my opinion.
Aaron Rodgers really went after Mac Brown in public.
When we played a tough team in a tough spot, they're home, they always play tough. We beat them by 10, we could have ran to score a little bit because that's not Coach Stepper's way, and he's not going to beg for votes like Mac Brown. So, you got to beg for votes and cry about stuff in order to, be in the BCS game. We're not going to do that. We're a classy team, a classy organization.
I think that he was trying to say that Cal did things differently than Texas. I mean, that was just their MO. But hey, maybe they should have politics harder.
It's the Longhorns who go to the Rose Bowl for the first time in school history and face Michigan for the first time in school history.
Getting to that Rose Bowl as a prelude to the 2005 season was just the tonic that Texas and Texas fans were looking for.
Just as big. Oh, we've seen some plays today. This is for the win.
Don't trim daily damage. Stop it with Dove. Dove invited women who wanted their damaged hair trimmed. He locked away all the scissors and asked them to try Dove instead. 9 in 10 women agreed Dove make their hair so smooth they can delay their trimming. Don't trim daily damage. Stop it with Dove.
When we won that game, I'm thinking in my head, like, we're not done. So I was actually thinking in my head and actually came out on the microphone.
Yes, sir. We'll be back. Yes, sir.
We'll be back. Come on, Vince.
We'll be back, baby.
Don't be talking about we'll be back already. You got a lot of work to do. So I asked him after he got down, what are you doing? He said, Coach, I'm planning on coming back because the national championship game is here next year. And that sent a message to the team.
Come on, Sweetie. Oh, yeah, Sweetie. That's touchdown right there. Real quick.
Your best teams are player-led teams. And there's as good a leadership on this team as any I've ever been around.
You gotta help them out, man. When you need help, you're responsible for your dudes. Offensive line.
I knew we had a chance to be really, really special.
That's the time we do all back there, folks.
In the summer, Vince Young put on a grease board downstairs. Anybody who wants to beat Ohio State, meet me at the field at 7 o'clock. And the entire team was there every day. They all understood that he was the Pied Piper. He was leading them. He could win the national championship.
You're not answering to me. You're not answering to Mac. You're answering to me, to BY. And the seniors on that team bought in to what he was selling.
It doesn't matter what level of football. If the best player on the team is out there working, then who are you to not get out there and get after it too?
That offseason, as far as a group of guys truly coming together and probably working harder than any group of guys I've ever been around, you can see it coming together.
It was an event, man. We had people hanging off I-35 trying to ride. We had media hanging out in bushes and stuff. I mean, it was crazy, man. It was an entourage out there.
Spike Lee to, Matthew McConaughey to even Solana. We had so many people coming to support us because they knew the type of talent we had.
What's happening, Lee? No, you're all right. How's your day?
Good.
Good. I thought what we'd do, we got to move the ball from yesterday.
Right.
and we'll just run through. There was some really, really good things. Right here, we're in deuce up strong. We got 65 zone read. Good decision there on the defensive end. Nice ride.
And we got to chip that?
Yeah, go ahead and chip it if you can get there.
All right. Was up at 7 in the morning, going over the playbook, learning how to really read defenses. What his Coach Davis wanted us to do with our eyes on certain plays he called. So it took a lot of dedication behind the scenes, getting to the point that we communicated so we could be the best that I can be for them, as well as they can be the best for me as well.
B.Y., man, he's just a natural born leader. Just his personality when he walks in the room, his presence,
and this air of greatness. He walk in the room, he knows he's not gonna suck you dry of his arrogance. What he's gonna do is fill you up with this abundance of just his greatness.
The Texas expected to win the division. The Burnt Orange Nation is calling this to be the year to beat Oklahoma. But why is Texas expected to win the Big 12?
It's Mack Brown's time. You know why? Wipe this one down. He's been a head football coach for 22 years and never won a conference title.
The perception of our team entering 2005 was that we were really good. We weren't as good as USC. USC was the team, and nobody was going to beat them anyway. So we're all playing for second. Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart, one had already won the Heisman. They thought the other one probably would.
He's got like 12 abs. My vote this year is going to Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush, he's at the point. 35-30, 25-20. It is unbelievable.
Nobody has a better step in this country around the corner than that man.
Reggie Bush was in a category unto himself. Not only was he one of the best running backs in the country, but he was really one of the best pass-catching running backs in a time where guys were not dual threats like that.
Reggie Bush's value couldn't always be captured in stats. He just had the electric ability to change the game with every touch. He had the magnetic power that made you pay attention every time he was about to touch the football. There are generations of college players who were young guys at the time who watched Reggie Bush at USC and thought, this is the greatest player I've seen in my lifetime.
Been doing this 25 years. Reggie Bush and Michael Vick would probably be the two guys that every time they had the ball in their hands, you couldn't wait to see what was going to happen.
Who's the most explosive player in college football?
The most explosive player in college football. I would say I can make a run for that.
It wasn't just Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush. I mean, they had Mendell White. People forget about Dwayne Jarrett, Steve Smith. It seemed like they were draft picks all up and down the offensive line, and they were everywhere.
Southern Cal was a great team in 2004. They obliterated Oklahoma.
Your BCS national champions, the Trojans of USC. A perfect season at 13-0, and let the celebration begin.
They were rolling. I mean, Pete Carroll had it going. They didn't think they could be stopped.
They'd won 2 national championships. They'd won 20-something in a row, headed toward 30-something in a row, and that people said it's the best team ever.
They kind of set the bar for the sport in that era. Pete Carroll did an incredible job of recruiting great players. He made USC cool. They were as big of a deal as there was in Los Angeles as far as star power. When Leinart decided to come back in 05,
I've announced I will be coming back in my 5th year.
it was USC and it was everybody else.
لو سألت عن صالوني الكل رح يقول لك نظيف ملون سيء. أوف مستحيل شيل القطع ويبقى زي ما هو. مستحيل شكلك ما سمعتي بالاختراع الجديد.
المنتج الجديد يزيل أصعب البقاء لنظافة العبوة.
الإكسون الجديد لا يزيل.
بيوصف الزعل بالحماية المستمرة غير أي نزيل آخر.
This is normal for us to be where we are. That's what we've come to. And we expect to be in this kind of a setting. And when you're there, the ups and the downs of it don't affect you so much because you're comfortable with it.
We're kind of the team on the top right now in Los Angeles. So, everybody wants to come see us play. We're really on the top of the food chain right now.
They were kind of like the Hollywood darling at the time, kind of rubbing elbows with celebrities. I mean, hell, Reggie Bush was a damn celebrity at the time. And it was basically a foregone conclusion at the beginning of the year that, all right, these guys are going to win no matter what.
Everybody was comparing USC to the greatest team ever. I think for us, we would use that as motivation.
They were the clear number one, and Texas was number 2 in the preseason polls, and they had USC in their sights, very early on in that season. They wanted USC.
Not supposed to do that. It's not good coaching. It's not smart. You can't look ahead. How do you follow up after a Rose Bowl championship with something that catches their attention?
Every year, Mac would come up with kind of a slogan or a motto, and in 2005 it was "Take That Aim."
Harvey Pinnick's quote for Goff: "Don't look at the sand, don't look at the water. You take dead aim at that pin," and the guys really bought into that. We were taking dead aim on USC.
It didn't matter if we played Louisiana Lafayette, if we played at Ohio State, if we played USC. Our goal was to beat everybody by 40 and impose our will.
We had a guy by the name of Jamal Charles.
Every time we handed the ball to Jamal Charles, he was so fast. And he was a track star that we thought, ooh, this guy can score every time he touches the ball. And then in the Louisiana Lafayette game, we saw that. He made everybody look slow.
For a true freshman, he came in and, he just made play after play in the running game.
You give Jamal just a little seam and he was gone. I remember sitting there like, yeah, he's fast.
Coming to the University of Texas, I wanted to play as a freshman. B-Walk was like, we might have something in this guy here. Every time we had talk, he just said, hey, Jamal, just run fast.
We will have our practice on Ohio State Monday, and enjoy yourself. Enjoy a win. You don't have to talk about next week today. Enjoy this. It's a win. If we had lost it, it'd been huge. So it needs to be huge to us because we won. No one should walk out of here with their head down tonight because the objective was for the team to win, and the team won. When we started the season, we looked at the schedule. We knew we were really good. We were going to win the opener, and it was going to be like a scrimmage. But we knew going to Columbus, Ohio was going to be tough. Jim Tressel's a coach. They had a tremendous football team.
We knew we had to be ready. Our national championship hopes could be dead game 2.
If we lose this ball game, nobody's going to take us seriously as a national contender. Jim Tressel was right in the middle of just having outstanding teams. You know, they won the national championship in 2002 and kind of rebuilding in 04, but they had almost everything back in 05, and so there was excitement. People thought that there was a chance for them to shoot for a national championship. What better way to find out how good you are than to play Texas?
Do ordinary soaps make your skin feel rough? Dove with water moisturizer cream gives you soft and smooth skin.
Ohio State and Texas, two great schools that, if you had to pick two that you'd want to see play, if it was the last game you ever got to see in your life, it might be these two.
The Horseshoe, the Banks of the Old Tansy, is one of the great venues in college football. It's a place that's built for big games. Expectations going in were through the roof. You just showed up that day. You could feel the energy around the set on game day.
Which team will have joined USC to be the top challenger for the national championship? Can Texas continue the dominance on the road? Will Ohio State's perfect record at 19 games continue? And yet, we salute those schools that have the courage and the guts to make this match.
I think this was maybe one of the biggest hyped games we've ever seen in college football up to that point in the regular season, because it was a monster matchup given where the two teams were. And you never see Texas Ohio State playing in the regular season. Those are bowl games. Those are national championship games.
It was such a classic matchup. First time Texas had played Ohio State. It was everything you want, in an early non-conference showdown. A lot of times back then they didn't have the huge high-profile non-conference games because you didn't want to risk it. In the BCS, you got two teams, the top two teams go. So you lose a game, you might be history.
Going into the game, I think everybody kind of knew USC is likely to go undefeated. So whoever wins this game, they've got the inside track.
I think everything is on the line. We came out here to be national champions. We can't be national champions without being Texas. You come to Ohio State to play in big games, and this is obviously going to be a huge game for us and them. So if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
I honestly think the difference in this game is going to be the Ohio State defensive speed. Playing at home in this crowd, everything that they have, the Buckeyes defense will get it done, and Troy Smith will come in the second half and be a hero for the Buckeyes.
That team was stacked. Offense, southpaw, Ted Ginn, Santonio Holmes, Troy Smith was the quarterback at the time. On the defense, southpaw, AJ Hawk, Dante Whitner, Bobby Carpenter.
The Ohio State defense has a simple goal, according to Bobby Carpenter. He says that our goal, quote, is when Vince Young leaves Columbus, he won't be a Heisman candidate anymore.
You can't hold me responsible for what Bobby Carpenter says. What's your show reactions like that? Well, that wouldn't have been my first choice of statements, but
I actually was glad that Carpenter said it, and I used it a lot. I kept it around Vince all week.
I don't know that there's anybody who liked bulletin board material more than Mac. There was nothing like watching him when he had one in his hip that he hadn't told the team about, and it was about a specific guy, and he'd go up a needle and he'd be like, no, probably Carpenter doesn't think you're very good.
Vince Young is the wrong person to piss off. That's one of the most competitive guys. And when you poke at that bear, he's gonna bite you.
I would go out early and just catch a few balls, and usually the crowd starts kind of filtering in by that point, but it seemed like when we came in as a team, that place was already full.
We took the field. I can remember we always had our little pregame deal, our little roll call. The fans started yelling, and I can just remember doing this. we just been like, yeah, like, let's go. Like, we here too.
It was so loud. I remember the sound waves. I thought that it was raining. And because of the sound waves, it kept hitting, passing, like hitting my helmet.
This is a team that was locked in. They were laser focused. They were loose. They were confident.
We got a great football team. They do too. We don't have to do any more than we can do. Let's go be us and win this football game.
I've never seen anything quite like this in September. For the first time ever, Ohio State and Texas.
Man, I remember a dogfight. I remember us going out there, honestly, and having that attitude that we expect to win. And then immediately it was like, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, we better step it up a little bit.
Takes the handoff, throws for it, touchdown, Billy Pittman.
I remember how tight it was early.
Here's Troy, goes deep, San Antonio, touchdown, San Antonio home.
It was a great game, man. A lot of back and forth.
To this day, in college was against Ohio State. AJ Hawk was one of the best defensive guys I ever played at Phoenix. And I even told my officer of mine, like, can we block this guy, please? Because he was on my butt the whole game.
Can Texas hold on again? How many times has Ohio State been inside the 20 and only one touchdown in the game? No! Couldn't hang on. Hamby had a sure touchdown, and Cedric Griffin delivered the walk.
I don't know where he came from. That would have been a touchdown game, probably right at him right there.
We got to the sideline. One of my coaches like, you know what, guys? That play is probably what's going to win the game.
We knew as a defense, Vince would make a play. We knew Vince was fancy.
The last drive, we knew we needed to kill some clock, and at the same time, we had to score.
Okay, it's loud, we can't hear. So we just said, look at the ball. And at that point, it's just adjusting on the fly.
First time I ever played silent, it was just kind of on Lyle's count, and we knew, okay, he was going to snap it between this time when we went.
That's not ideal as an offensive lineman. Really have to be zipped up on, the mechanics. Certainly not something you want to get in the habit of doing, ever.
And John, can he lead still another comeback?
We thought in that drive that there would be quite a bit of two deep safety. I told Vince that at some point in the drive, we'll throw the vertical game.
They ran their coverage a couple of times, and Linus, he's supposed to adjust his route into a go route. As is, studying the game and understanding and communicating it to Linus, like, hey man, we get that play again, you adjust your route like that, I'm coming.
Best plays I've ever seen. I mean, every time I see that play replayed, anybody who would question Vince Young's passing ability did not see that pass. Limas makes the outstanding catch with his feet in bounds. We all owe Limas Sweet to this day.
J'ai dit que ça peut être un plaisir et pour lui, est-ce
I'll never forget watching him on that field when he threw that touchdown pass to Lyman Sweet. I was standing 20 or 30 feet from him, and he had a look in his eyes, and I was like, this Texas team, this is different. They feel different.
Swift takes off. Ball loose. Texas, Watson's got it to the 20-yard line. Drew Kelson knocked the ball free.
house and get a victory on a national level.
It was just that feeling of we belong here. It was that confirmation. Make no mistake, when Vince said last year we'll be back, this is their first step.
You didn't quit. You kept believing. You kept fighting. And I'm going to tell you now, that's what life's about. That's what it's about. It's not about the score of the game. It's that when things look bad, you didn't duck. We didn't even play the best game we could play. But what we did, we played hard. We played hard. We played Texas tough. And that's what we wanted to do when we came here. And the other thing we did is we stuck together. We stuck together and we believed. And as long as you believe, you got a chance. You got a chance tonight, you got a chance next week, and you got a chance in life as long as you believe in each other and stick in their life.
We enjoyed the moment, but at the same time, we wasn't finished. We was trying to get back to the big show, and we won at USC.
It's starting to reverberate around the country that the Longhorns have something to say that season.
Texas fans were ecstatic. This town was on fire. And then after Ohio State, you automatically start thinking about Oklahoma.
Texas was viewed as a team that wasn't quite good enough in the big games until that moment. And it sets up that Oklahoma game as big a game as Texas had played in a long time.
Oklahoma and run the table this year and go back to the Rose Bowl. The mental state of this team in the locker room after the Ohio State game, they were euphoric. They were having so much fun, and it was my job to settle them back down and say, okay, this is a step, this isn't it. And this is a huge step, and one that we needed to take care of, but we've got a couple more games before we go to the Oklahoma game, but guys, we got to get better.
We knew we were good. I mean, we knew we were really good. Now we go to Columbus and beat Ohio State in an out-of-conference heavyweight game.
ضاف بعد عدد من النساء إلى غياب الشعر الثالث خبأنا المقصين وطلبنا منه يجب الضغط الإصلاح المؤكد 9 من 10 من النساء أجمعنا أن الولد زاد من معلومة شعره سمحنا بتأجيل القصة مقص الشعر الثالث نعترف بضعف.
That sort of solidified who we thought we were.
You got to see it. You got to envision it. And you got to play like it. You can't just talk about it.
He was Darryl Royal reincarnate. Hungry doesn't begin to describe it. This fan base was starving for another championship.
Many call the top prospect in the nation. Vincent Young of Madison is the centerpiece of Mack Brown's Texas class.
In 05, Texas' expectations for national championship were bust.
The whole narrative was that USC is the best ever. Nobody was going to beat them anyway, so we're all playing for second.
This was going to be a different year for Texas.
This had been building, and we've been on this collision course for the whole season.
You crossed that goal line at that moment, and the whole entire season just flashed in front of you.
Perfect narrative. It was just a beautiful 3-act structure. The build-up, delivery, and then the final act.
and prepare with all of the talk about last week's game for the next one. I have great respect for all of us, coaching, staff. I have great respect for these players. And give yourselves a great hand. You totally got it.
The team got in a flow. We were rolling. Team was really getting lubricated.
Swinging it, big conference play today here in mid-Missouri. Blitz coming for Texas. They got Smith. Grabbing it up, all loose on the turf. Longhorns come up with it. Up the middle. Big John running into the 20. Gets to the 10. 5. Touchdown, Texas. P.Y. takes it straight up the middle. Taylor made a catch. Vermont's to the 15. 10. 5. Leaps for the end zone. Touchdown, Texas.
Now you can finally look ahead to the Red River Shootout in Oklahoma. What are your early thoughts on that and what that means to your program and to college football and Oklahoma as well?
Well, it's one of the best games in college football, and we haven't held up our side of that the last few years.
We needed to beat Oklahoma because that's a very emotional rival for Texas. We had a couple of close games and we had a couple of blowouts, so we knew we had to get that fixed.
If we want to go to the big show, the championship, we got to beat OU. We got to. You lose OU, you don't play in the Big 12 championship, it's over. So in our mind, we like, if we just win this game, we'll be able to write our own destiny.
By the time 2005 arrived, Longhorn fans were wondering if they could get over the big red hump, so to speak, north of the Red River. Could they get past Oklahoma? Even though the Sooners had only won the one national title, they had made national championship game appearances. I remember vividly in 2003, after the 65-13 loss.
Yeah, for some Texas fans, you can understand that.
Wake me up when it's over?
Yeah.
I got a death threat from somebody telling me if you're going to call the game in Baylor, make sure to wear a Kevlar vest because somebody may take a shot at you. Because the announcer. It was that kind of angst that had built up over time.
The 5 straight losses that we, especially the way some of them went down. I mean, twice giving up the most points Texas had ever given up. It's just unheard of. There was no one to compare that to because no coach had ever gone through that and survived.
When you lose part of your fan base when you can't beat your rival. Florida State and Bobby Bowden kept Mac Brown from winning those titles in the ACC. And he had the same thing with Bob Stoops here at Texas.
He's got the nickname Big Game Bob, which the media gave him. And a lot of those big games came against Texas. Stoops representing Oklahoma and the swagger, loving to play up Oklahoma's reputation as a hard scrabble, hard working team. Guys that didn't quite have the recruiting pedigree of Texas, but played tougher and played harder and rose to the moment in big games. Oklahoma and Stoops loved to cultivate that reputation, and they had the big wins to back it up, frankly, at that point.
OU is outscoring Texas now 177 to 54 over the last 4 games of the season.
Texas is getting first place votes, and Texas is number 2 consensus in both the polls. And it's almost like, wow, this is the year. Texas is going to beat OU. This is finally going to be the year.
This isn't the first time we've heard that. This isn't the first time that has been the case. It doesn't matter whether we're picked ahead or down. We're going to go play, and we're going to decide it on the field.
Everybody thought every year that Texas had equal or better talent than Bob Stoops, and many years they would go home with a loss.
Keeps working when others stall.
When you lose your rivalry game, you start to get a reputation where you can't win the big game.
One thing people said most often about Mac was the old Coach February line.
Everybody expected on the first Wednesday in February every year, Texas would hold up the mythical recruiting national championship. They would beat out every school
They got all the talent. One signing day, I said, well, people get a little tired of Coach February. I don't think Mac cared for it too much. He recruited like a few others. But again, people wanted to see the results. And it's like Ron Meyer used to say at SMU, said people were tired of the labor pains. They want to see the baby. So where's the championship?
When Mac arrived, I think he found a fan base that was starving for a championship, starving for a leader of the program that would remind them of Darrell Royal and that could deliver that type of success. Everybody knows about the success that Darrell Royal built. National championships, conference championships, contending almost every single year. So in the wake of that, there was a drought. Expectations were not met.
Their new coaching staff, headed by a dynamic young man named Fred Akers, brought with them a new attitude. Akers and his men told the Texas players the downhill slide for Texas football was over.
Fred Akers, in the first year, had him to within one win of a national title. Didn't happen then. Had him to within another win of a national title following 1983. Didn't happen then. Then they kind of went into that drought for a while in the mid to late 80s and into early 90s. When every coach is hired, there was the expectation that this was the guy to get it turned. David McWilliams, a favorite son, returning home. John Mackovic, somebody coming from the outside as a proven winner. And it hadn't worked.
John Mackovic. He did some good things while he was here. He won the first Big 12 championship when they upset Nebraska. But people didn't relate to him. They like to relate to their head coach. They want to love their head coach. Mac Brown was another hot, rising coach in North Carolina. And in a lot of ways, he was Darrell Royal reincarnated. He was a humble guy, a grounded guy, a people guy. Just the opposite of John McAfee.
We have a lot of diversity. We have different worlds within this one huge world that is the state of Texas, and Mac Brown fit into every corner. He wasn't born here, but he was meant to be here without question. And as soon as he set foot in Texas and threw the hook him up for the first time, he was home.
I think we can do that a little bit to start.
When I met and talked to Mac, that was the end of it for me. He was absolutely everything we wanted. Darrell was on the committee, and Darrell was interested in Mac, and I think Darrell was very instrumental in it. After we had the committee meeting, he said, this guy's got all the tools. We need to get the job done.
Darrell saw in Mac himself, and I remember Mac's first press conference. Mac was like an evangelist. They were like, we're going to walk the aisle and give ourselves, rededicate ourselves to the Church of Texas Longhorn football, and Mac Brown is the preacher.
As you go through your progressions in life, is to be at a place where there's a passion for football. Football's a hard game. It's a tough game. It's a physical game. And you can't play it unless you put everything you've got into it every day.
The first couple of years for Texas under Mac Brown was, I guess it might be like if you married the perfect woman or the perfect man, and the wedding was awesome. You went on a honeymoon, and that was great. You won the Heisman, with Ricky Williams in the first year, and they threw a parade because they won 9 games. And then the next year, you won 9 again. And then 9 again. It's like, wait a minute, we're supposed to grow together in this relationship. We're supposed to do better than we did from the beginning. This is the start of what should be a wonderful world for us. And those first few years, you started getting the sense that, oh, well, maybe Mac isn't all that the Texas fans thought he would get.
Tennessee comes in as 18-point underdogs and knocks off the second-ranked Florida Gators.
All of a sudden, we're sitting there going, oh my God, if Texas beats Colorado, which they'd already beaten them, they're going to play in the national championship.
We played Colorado in the 2001 championship game. We're told as we're walking out on the field, you win this game, you're playing Miami for the national championship. Everything's perfect. Everything's fallen into place. So at that point, they tried so hard, we turned the ball over 4 times the first half.
Turnovers.
Colorado was the one team standing in the way of the national championship game. But I felt like, Texas was just a little uptight in that game.
Congratulations to the Colorado Buffaloes, who have won the Big 12 championship.
To not have showed up the way they should have. That kind of put a doom around the team, the program. It's a strike against Mac.
Mac and I were brought up in a time where if you were playing on Saturday, from the end of practice on Thursday until Saturday night after the game, you didn't smile. For lack of a better phrase, it was game face on. I think at that point you realize that you play better if you're relaxed.
I do think that sometimes things can get too important. And you've got to be you. And you got to play because you like the game. You got to play because you have fun. And if you're going to play differently because you're going to the national championship game than you are if you're trying to win the conference championship game, that's my fault. That's my fault.
I'm not as quick as you are. What do you think, Tully? Bad knees and all.
Mac Brown changed.
Was the paint line too thick? Are you chilling?
He didn't change his players. He allowed them to grow with him in a certain sense, and that was a difference maker.
I ended up bringing a speaker into the locker room. I'm like, Coach, this is not that we're not focused. This is us getting our stuff prepared to go kick some butt or get ready for practice. And he didn't understand that.
Vince would be in the locker room playing his music and dancing before the game. Drove me nuts. He and I had some strong discussions about vulgar language in the music. And I wouldn't let him play that music in the locker room.
We talked to him. We finally got him to come around. For him to even do that, okay, Coach, okay, it's not really just in cursing and then it's like he telling a story about his life. So once you can understand what we're listening to, maybe you can really understand where we're coming from. And he did that. That's just showed the respect that he had. And he took a step back to change, to adapt to his team.
The guys were so into their music that I started listening to the rappers. And I had 50 Cent. I had Mike Jones. I thought Mike Jones was our tight end that caught the pass against Nebraska to win a game. I didn't know he was a rapper. I actually had them give me a playlist.
Mac Brown comes in, does a really good job, not just of recruiting black athletes, top talent. He's allowing them to be themselves. They all kind of vibe the same way. They connect through music. And for Mac to allow them to embrace it fully and allow it to exist in the room, they feel right at home.
When I think of being a Texas Longhorn, the first thing that comes to mind is pride. Tradition here is very special. The eyes of Texas are now upon the Longhorn Network.
Before an OU game, we get so kind of amped up, so into the OU game, it's like we're not really ourselves. We're, kind of sitting in our locker room by ourselves, just kind of on edge.
Nobody was saying anything. It was so serious. It was like it was a funeral. We get ready to get slaughtered. We're gonna beat them because they've been beating on us and we've been bullied by them. And then we put them to bed, So Vince was like, come on, man. Like, just relax. Like, we good. He did not want no uptight person around him because uptight makes you nervous. And that's not what you do when you're in a battle. You kick somebody's butt with a smile is his motto. Your eyes can grab around the locker room. You can see guys that's nervous. You can see guys that's probably a little itchy, So in my mind, I'm like, okay, what can I do to get my guys relaxed?
Hey, man, get your ass up right here. Yeah, let's go. Get your ass up right here. Just sit down.
Instead of being shrinking back into that old self, he ready to go to work. And so that it was almost like the party before the party.
Guys, you look really quick and fresh and pregame, really focused. We've been consistently good for a long time. Let's go do the best. Let's go.
We knew this was just a mountain that we just need to go climb and go win.
The Longhorns are coming. 10 times the winner of a national championship has come out of this ball game. Is Texas going to be another one? That might be a little long enough to come back for one more of these.
I remember that defensively, I loved our plan. I had saved some things that I didn't show games 1 through 4. There were some coverages and blitz concepts that we didn't show. They just literally didn't know how to handle it.
Charles gets the ball, cuts back into the middle, and finds some daylight.
I was just in the sink, man. I just wanted to make a play. When I saw nothing was in front of me, I tried to run home.
He is a speedster, and he is gone.
In the huddle, we called a play that we usually run, me and Duke Pittman, and I'm rolling to the left and I throw a ball. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna score a touchdown, then we're gonna all run down to the end zone and pile up.
Deep route downfield, and wide open. He's got the ball. Billy Pittman, touchdown.
That play had kind of taken the top off, and at that point it was over. We knew we finally got past this hurdle, and we could start kind of letting loose a little bit.
I just remember in my mind wanting to do something that was impactful for the game. Looked up in the sky like, nah, I'm still waiting on that play.
Second down and 10. The Texas 22 shotgun snap. The ball hits. The ball's covered. It's picked up. Long way down the field, right away. The 50, the 40, the 30. They will not catch him. Roderick Blake, touchdown, Texas.
It was one of those decleaters where, the first thing that hit was the back of his shoulders, and the ball comes out.
There was actually a noun named after that dude, Bomard.
Yeah, he got the fat man score. That was the slowest touchdown I've ever seen in my life. Slow motion.
Right. God, he has so much torso. He has such little legs. I've never seen him breathe so hard in my life. Dude, you okay? Do you need some oxygen?
This is a different year. This Texas team has what it takes mentally to play in these kind of games, and they've showed America this team's on a mission.
I didn't even know it was a go ahead, man. We ain't won it so long that I didn't even know it was a go ahead to win.
First off, we hadn't even seen it. And so when we finally got it, we enjoyed the moment. We loved it. It was awesome actually seeing that thing and understanding we were bringing that back to Austin.
We'll take it back to the Texas.
It's harder than you ever think to get done. Because they started coming back there in the fourth quarter, you guys kept fighting and did a great job. You also understand we gotta finish. Gotta finish every week. Because beating OU is not the only thing this team's got ahead of them.
I remember talking to Mac, and he just said, as soon as we beat Oklahoma, I knew we could win it all, because that was psychologically and emotionally the biggest hurdle that this group had to get over. It was like, buckle up, we're just waiting for USC Texas. I really believe everybody knew it was on.
It was all USC after that. It was really an unusual time and philosophy for people who say day to day, next game only, don't look ahead. We were absolutely looking ahead and preparing for ahead. And it's a little crazy, but it's facts. Little things, good work ethic all day. Did good 66, pack another one on it. Up, down, Anthony, do a better job of selling whistle now.
Go up, Jack Strong, X-flash right, sunset ready.
Stay up. You did a good job staying up, but be controlled.
When they walked out of Cottonville, you knew this team was a true national championship contender. It was going to take a hell of a team to beat them. But the job's not done yet, and you want to see how a team that hadn't had a victory quite that big, quite that sweet, how they're going to respond the next week when there's still work to be done. And Colorado was not a walkover.
The Texas injury report is huge this week. Every player is injured. Each one has a sore back all week. Hey, congratulations. Eye on the back, and their backs are sore. You beat Oklahoma. Congratulations.
Stand out here, yes. We're trying in one. Hits for 5. Down to the goal line. Touchdown, Texas.
Finish, close ball move to the same side of the field, same type of move.
In the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Texas. What a sweep.
Destroy Colorado.
Towards the end of the game, the starters were out, and we started to hear rumblings that USC was in trouble. So USC was playing Notre Dame that day.
We go back in the dressing room after the game, hug each other, enjoy the win, make sure you say thank you to your coaches for a great win, and don't ever take for granted 6-0, and you're an apple welcome. How about that?
Coach about to give us a speech, but we all like, come on, hurry up, Coach, come on, speak. I mean, come on, give us a speech. We just beat that button. We did what we're supposed to do, Coach. What else do you have to say? We're trying to hurry up and get over here and watch this game. And they playing against Notre Dame.
SC just went ahead of Notre Dame, I think 28-24 with 5 minutes left to go again. So Notre Dame's getting after their tail. So understand now, anything can happen in college football, so don't you ever take anything for granted.
When you win a game and you're supposed to be celebrating, cheering, like I said, we're all huddled around sitting watching the USC game.
It was a watch party is what it was. Guys are sweaty, shirts off, just stinking, everything else. And nobody's in the shower. Everybody's at the TV.
Our whole demeanor changed because we thought that they was going to lose. And we was cheering for SC to win because we wanted to play them that bad.
This really shows who we were as a team because we didn't want any excuses. We wanted the two best teams to be matched up at the end of the year.
Great launch. Gonna run it himself. Under the ball. End zone. Touchdown. Notre Dame out in front by 2.
We were all nervous.
Leader on 4th down. In the pocket. Goes down the sideline. It's caught.
Now, line up, take them down for a game-winning drive.
Just stopped. Short of the 10-yard line.
They go quarterback sneak. And we like, he got stopped. Reggie Bush comes in and pushes him in.
Leonard scores the second effort. And Southern California is going to win this game.
Everybody's jumping and running up and screaming and hollering because everything's still on. We're one step closer to getting out with it.
It wasn't even about the game, our game. It was about that game. So I asked, what's the deal, man? That's when I knew that the guys were focused, they were in the right place. So what we started doing every Sunday, regardless of who we played, we would look at our stats in our game compared to the USC stats in their game. That was our best chance to keep going because we weren't competing with who we were playing. We were taking dead aim on USC. So for the last part of the season, every game was to be better than USC.
Now there's momentum and belief. You look at the BCS standings and what they're doing. I mean, how could you not believe?
The eyes of Texas are on Pasadena and the ultimate prize of return to the Rose Bowl, perhaps down the road. But today, in Burn Orange Nation, it's all about propelling an invasion from the air by the Big Brown Red Raiders. Unbeaten Texas Tech, offense versus offense. Something's got to give today here in Austin.
As soon as you get into town, I mean, it's a football-rich city to begin with, and the state is very prideful. It was pretty apparent that this year felt different when we got on the campus.
I need a running back to volunteer. Yeah, we just get somebody out of the crowd. Yeah, this over here, sir. Come on up there. Let's get the black one up there. Black shirt. All right. Good to see you. What's your name? Hunter Lance. Okay, Walter, you from Texas? Right. Yeah, I'm from here. See ya. Yeah, see ya. Pretty good athlete, looks like. Looks like you both position.
I didn't go to the University of Texas. I moved to Austin in 1989 as a 17-year-old kid from Plano, Texas, and fell in love with the city, which of course is inseparable from the university and the football team. They became my team.
Young zone read, handoff, Selling Young to the 5. Texas, Big Young out of the shotgun, Pitts with it, back to pass, looks to left, now he's going to turn it away. Here goes Pitts, to the 5, to the goal line, touchdown Texas.
We killed them that day. I mean, we blew them out.
Selling Young up the middle, breaks a tackle.
We ran the ball well.
Touchdown Texas.
We threw the ball well.
Throws to the end zone, caught. Touchdown Texas, Billy Pittman.
It was another game where we had the better team, and we did exactly what we should do, which is just beat the brakes off them.
Shotgun snap back to the 50. 11 to keep up with the over 50. Made the catch at the 40, the 30. Billy Pittman's going to take it in. And the nation's second-ranked team looks every bit the part, if not even better than that.
Guys, just remember we're on the road. They'll have a great surge early. Then behind the last 3 times we're up here. They're going to have to pull something funny early, so expect the unexpected. They've had trouble with turnovers. Let's make sure they keep having trouble. We're in a great place. Let's enjoy the show.
People talk about trap games. Oklahoma State was always that trap game for us.
I think it's some kind of voodoo or something. Every time we play them, we get behind by 20, 30 points.
Gonna be a wide open. Dewan wants the catch, and he'll take it in for a touchdown.
They can strike fast. Being in Stillwater, our mental focus wasn't where it needed to be to start the game.
How about that call? 4th and 1, and Dewan Woods makes the catch, 49 yards.
They bring out the kick caboodle in the first half. And so they bring out the trick plays, they catch you slipping.
And it's fired over the middle of that ball. It's tipped and then caught by Dewan Woods. Touchdown, Oklahoma State. Are you kidding me?
It was like, well, here we go again.
4th down and goal. Donovan Woods turns, hands the ball off to Shaw to the goal line. Touchdown, Oklahoma State. And the Cowboys get their 5th touchdown of the first half. And the Longhorns are in deep trouble tonight.
We were playing poorly on defense, and we didn't score very much in the first half. I just remember being at halftime in that locker room, and it wasn't chairs being thrown. It wasn't, everybody cussing each other out. It was literally just a calmness. Next thing you know, the electricity on the sideline took over, the energy took over.
Cedric Benson scores, and the Longhorns lead by double digits. Down to the 40-35, outside to the 30, yard down the sideline to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Texas. It's one play, 42 yards of dynamite.
unanswered for us.
04 was kind of like a blessing in disguise because we had been there before. In 05, it was very similar.
The clock runs out the first half. Longhorns have some work to do.
They ain't gonna beat one of you. They gotta beat every damn one. They gotta beat every one. And you gotta believe that now. You gotta believe that. And you know what's even funnier? Because you've been here with food a year ago.
Now, this is exactly where we were last year, except they were 21 up instead of 16. That's all it is. Now, they forced 2 turnovers, so we got to force some turnovers defense. They got us by 10 yards on the rushing. We got to stop their rush and run it better, and we got to get the ball moving in the first 5 minutes of the second half. Now, there's two reasons we're going to win the second half. We got more confidence. We got more condition. Let's go win it.
Under pressure, gets out of it, trucks it in at once. 425, gets to the first down to 30. Up the sideline, trying to midfield. 45-30. Say goodnight to this one. Vince Young, 80 yards for a Texas touchdown.
If you get out on them, they'll lay down. And that's exactly what they did. It's like when Vince pump faked and the guy jumped 20 feet in the air and he ran for 80 yards, they laid down.
Vince, he never tightened up. He was loose the whole time, dancing, joking around. And we're looking at this guy like, man, are you serious? Like, everything's on the line, man. What's wrong with you? Like, that's what drove us.
Second down. Zone read handoff, and it's a keeper. Here's Young to the 5 goal line. Touchdown, Vince Young.
This vibe is chill. It's laid back, cool. You can be down 50 points and he's still gonna be chill. He gonna tell you, baby, we got this, baby, we got this. Joking around at the same time, but we losing right now.
Young looks over the middle. Touchdown, Texas is taking the lead. Neil Tweedy.
You have to figure out a way to get this W. And if you have to put it on your shoulders to push everybody to get the gas started, figure it out. Our defense didn't let them score another point. That's when everybody woke up.
We fight to the end, baby. That's how we do down here.
And congratulations. These being more probably than blowouts. Because it was a trap game. Because we played 3 emotional games, and they played harder than we did the first half. Now, to win a championship, you got to win some ugly ones. You got to win some ugly ones. And what we did, we took their best shot, but we never ever thought we were in trouble. And you're at the end now where you got to play every week. And it's fun to be here, but it's now hard to stay here.
Losing to Baylor was like losing to Southwest San Diego Tech. You don't lose those games.
Mitch steps up the block. Young plus it wide open now. Gil Taylor. Miles Taylor. Welcome home to Central Texas. 10-5, too easy. Touchdown, Texas. Third down pass downfield, intercepted by Michael Griffin.
Number 1, baby. Another victory. A shutout. 2 cities. Home for life.
Under pressure, Swanson grabbed up and one. Longhorns all around him. Brian Robinson. Vince looks, fires to the back for Thomas. He caught it. David to the goal line. Touchdown, Texas. What a return by Aaron Ross. 71 yards.
Hey, congratulations on being Big 12 South champion. So here's what you did. You reached your first goal of getting on that yellow brick road to Houston. This team's very talented. This is a well-coached team, but this team's chemistry and its lack of selfishness, its love for each other, is why this is such a good football team.
If you're going to lose in Texas, you don't want to lose to two teams. You don't want to lose to Oklahoma. You don't want to lose to Texas A&M. If you were a Texas fan, you were holding your breath because if the season was going to explode there right in front of you, you didn't want it to happen in College Station against your arch rival.
What's supposed to be a walkover, right? Yeah, it was crummy. And then on top of it, their stud quarterback, Reggie McNeil, couldn't play. He was out with an ankle injury. So this is going to be easy.
I'm sitting in my office on Sunday morning, and Bill Parcells calls me and says, "You're in trouble." He says, "You're like a bunch of fat rats that are getting ready to eat poison cheese. Because A&M, this is their bowl game, and you better get your team's attention." Well, it scared me to death. So I run downstairs, I get our equipment manager, Chip Robertson, to put a string of cheese on every locker. And I put Coach's quote on it that said, "We're a bunch of fat rats getting ready to eat poison cheese and get sick, and we're about to get beat."
You're playing A&M, it's going to be a dogfight. Especially with them being underdogs, they're going to play better than they played all year. And you know you're going to get their best out.
Last Saturday night when Reggie Bush went for 513 yards, I had as a Heisman voter Vince Young listed as my number one. That made me think about it. This game here, I think is going to answer a lot of questions about who's going to stand at that podium in New York in early December. Young out of the shotgun. Young looking downfield, and that is intercepted. The 50, 45, 40, and down to the 35-yard line. They want to go quick. Next play, up to the 10-yard line of the end zone.
Coach Parcells was exactly right. We played awful the first half.
Now, we'll see what Texas does in responding out of the movie. Swings out right side. Wide open. Touchdown, Texas. Texas has the lead, but by a lot less than what everybody around the nation thought it would be.
They got rushes. They've had the ball 20 minutes to our 10, so they've stayed on the field too long, and we've had 2 turnovers to their 1. And we're ahead. We're ahead. 21-15. Now, they're not as good as we are. But you can't have any negative thoughts. You can't have any bad body language. Let's go score that first down. Let's go. Let's go.
Big play for the Aggie defense again. Rolling away out to McGee. Looking at McGee, and he does. He's got the 10 in the fly. Touchdown. Texas A&M reclaims the lead. Taylor takes it in, an 8-yard run from the TD, and the Longhorns are back on top.
We hated them, they hated us. There was no secret. We had to hone in and be in tune to our job and be able to get it done to obviously punch our teeth to the Big 12 championship.
Big West Texas on a good one. It is blocked. It's at the 10, picked up to the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown! Cedric Griffin. It's going to be tough. He's going to try for a corner of the game.
What about them leveling up? What we saw and heard yesterday and all year is what we felt in that fourth quarter today. Because you weren't going to let up. Wasn't good. Wasn't even pretty sometimes. What did we say? We said fantastic atmosphere. Give the Aggies credit. They have fantastic atmosphere. We said that we'd be frustrated some because they were going to play their butt off because they had nothing to lose. And they did, man. They played as hard and as good as they can play. So we can give them credit for that. Because they're true. They're true for the year. And they tried to mess your deal up. But I'm going to tell you something. There's a lot down in here, way down in here, that wouldn't let it get messed up. Most teams would have quit. We needed this so bad. We've got to really thank the Aggies for making it tough on us, because this will make us have a great week's practice next week and get that road done next week to be Big 12 champ, because that's what we're going to do.
It was really maybe the first time all season that Vince looked human. I think people were nervous because they're like, wait a minute, we've had this guy that we've counted on all year, and here he is just kind of looking human and not being the Vince Young that we know.
Vince was just out of sorts that day, and I never knew if there was something else bothering him that day. His body language was poor that day, and that's when a lot of people were making up their mind for the Heisman Trophy.
Reggie just had a dynamic game against Fresno State. He was on every highlight.
Handoff to Bush, left side, he's got the 40, he's got the 30, he steps back into the 25 and back across the field, here he goes to the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Reggie Bush was just stopping and going, running circles around him, and that game wasn't fair.
Bush the call, left side, he's at the 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, he's at the goal! It is unbelievable!
Reggie Bush goes in and has 500 plus total yards in that game, and you're looking at it and you're asking yourself, is this guy human?
Today was a special day, I was feeling it today, and along with that, my whole line, and the receivers and the fullbacks, everybody did a great job to give me the opportunity to make big plays for my team. I think he got himself the Heisman Trophy tonight. I think it's safe to say 500 yards of total yards by himself is unbelievable.
I thought Vince probably had lost the Heisman when Reggie won the game at Fresno, and he had a few Heisman moments when he jumped sideways, and we didn't play as well against A&M. Thank you, Brett. Do it again. Come on, Phil. Good job, Richmond. There was a lot of pressure because it was Colorado, and everything went back to the 2001 game. And we told them, playing against Texas A&M in a game that we just played okay, it really set us up perfectly to be focused and ready to play Colorado in the championship game.
I remember how hyped Vince was to play the Big 12 championship in Houston, his hometown where he grew up, against Colorado. Colorado had no shot.
Growing up as a kid in Houston, playing in Houston, the fans, our little community, they all had a happy hand of raising me. Just to have opportunity to play the Big 12 game in front of the crowd, and I love to play in that stadium. It's a brand new stadium, and our fans showed out. We wanted the world to know that we wanted to be in the Rose Bowl and we wanted to play USC. We wanted to give them something to think about.
The fact that Houston musically was running made the players feel like they were running, right? They're the athletic reflection of our music, right? And so they want to make sure that they're living up to what we're creating, this Houston over everything mentality. And so they're taking it from the music and applying it to the way that they operate on the football field. So we're winning on all levels at this point.
Colorado came in that game thinking they had a chance.
They quickly learned otherwise.
It's from the shotgun. Jamal Charles offset for his right. Two wide receivers, two tight ends. And off to Charles up the middle. Jamal breaks out, tackles.
It wasn't like we were playing bottom of the barrel team. Colorado was a good football team. Throughout the game, you're just like, man, these guys literally can't do anything against us. Like, it was almost one of those days like you felt like you could do no wrong.
Hey, now we flip the switch, great first half. Remember the second play, Kansas?
But what happens with people with pride is they're going to come out and play as hard as they can for at least 7 minutes and 50 seconds, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, see how you're going to respond, because they think you're going to stand around. This team needs to be the best team in the country and play to a stand. It's back to nothing. We need to take that first one, have a great kickoff return, drive it down and score, defense go out, let's hold them 3.
I remember losing an opportunity to play for a national championship in 2001. I wasn't going to take my foot off the gas. We had to keep going, man. We couldn't blow this thing. And then all of a sudden I look up, and we're just running up and down the field and scoring every time. And I said, okay, let's stop this thing because it could have been 100.
He hadn't won a conference in the ACC at North Carolina, largely because of Florida State. And here's Oklahoma stood in their way. And so here it is, year 8 for Mac Brown. He's chomping at the bit. So I think he kind of held on to that first Big 12 conference trophy a little bit longer than maybe a lot of coaches would, because it was a breakthrough for him.
Immediately after, being there at the Lions Stadium, rejoicing with all the fellas, got roses in our mouths, got Big 12 championship hats on.
We wanted to put something on film that, okay, when USC watches this film, they're gonna know, like, we're here to play.
We don't want USC to see us wrong anyway, so we want to make a statement.
And then there'll be very few champions today, about 3 or 4, and you're one off. And we're looking forward to going to Pasadena to play whoever's there. This is a lifetime experience. You got your gold, now we're going to go get our drink.
Matthew McConaughey came up with a slogan at the first of the year: win the conference championship and that'll be your goal. Win the national championship and that's your dream. So as soon as we won the conference championship game versus Colorado, it's time, first time in 35 years, to take that aim and win that national championship and live the dream.
They probably would have wanted to play USC on the next Tuesday. That's how fired up they were. It really boosted their confidence, at least before the Heisman Trophy ceremony a week later.
Here's Matt Leinart again, trying to become the first back-to-back Heisman winner since Archie Griffin. And there's Reggie Bush, and I think a lot of people thought that he was the favorite.
Vince wanted to win the Heisman so bad for his team, and he told all the guys all year, anytime Heisman came up, we're going to win that for you guys.
This wasn't one of those, you have the Oscars and you're nominated for Best Actor and Best Actress and you were happy just to be nominated. No. Vince, unlike the entire rest of the world, thought he was going to win.
The devastation for guys who don't win when they thought they might, they thought they deserved it, was so real. You go into the game knowing it's going to be fuel for the guy that didn't win. Not just for him, for his teammates. When their guy doesn't win the Heisman, and the Heisman winner's on the other side of the field. Wow, that is powerful stuff.
David O'Brien National Quarterback Award, Vince Young, University of Texas.
African American quarterback, you hear all the negativity, man. You can't play the position.
The Maxwell Award goes to
Vince Young, University of Texas!
From coming back from he can't throw to he's leading the whole nation.
Not bad at all, not bad at all. And answered the critics and had a good year. Thanks to my teammates.
The 2005 Jim Thorpe Award to Michael Huff, University of Texas.
The ultimate goal was to win the national championship, regardless of what happened at the award shows.
The recipient of the 2005 Bill Walker Award to Reggie Bush from the University of Southern California.
You see Bush and Leinert and kind of see all their guys.
Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, and Lindell White, a backfield for the edge. Is this the best college offense in the history of the sport you got?
I think that might be fair statement.
They're snickering it. They think they're better than they really are. You know, they don't know what Texas has. So for us, I think kind of just use it all as motivation.
3 finalists here tonight. The star power of Vince Young, Matt Leinart, and Reggie Bush really energized this season.
I remember going to a pre-Heisman party and Reggie Bush came in and he was just like a rock star. I think Reggie Bush was getting this attention and this notoriety that we really hadn't seen in college football yet.
It was hard to imagine somebody was going to beat him out for that Heisman. He was getting too much spotlight.
I thought I had a chance, but Coach Brown kind of gave me a little bit of insight.
I'd been there with Ricky Williams, and they had given us a lot of attention, so I could tell we were probably going to win. But coming back, they were giving Reggie all the attention. None of them were around Vince. So I got a bad feeling, so I actually told Vince, I don't think you're going to win. He says, Coach, I think I'm going to win. I said, I don't think you're going to win. He said, why? And I said, they're not giving us any attention. And I said, you need to be prepared to lose. If you win, it'll be easy.
The 2005 Heisman Memorial Trophy. The winner is Reggie Bush.
First place votes. This was a Heisman landslide.
Chris Fowler said, in one of the biggest landslides in Heisman history. He realized he got blown out in the Heisman. I think that really hit him.
Go back, watch the video. When they announce the Heisman Trophy winner,
Reggie Bush.
when Vince gets pissed, he goes into this moment to where he just kind of, he just looks up. And when he did that, it's literally, oh, that's the only thing you can say is, oh, he's pissed.
You got to see it. You got to envision it. And you got to play like it. You can't just talk about it.
He was Darryl Royal reincarnated. Hungry doesn't begin to describe it. His fan base was starving for another championship.
Many call the top prospect in the nation. Vincent Young of Madison is the centerpiece of Mack Brown's Texas class.
In 05, Texas' expectations for national championship were bust.
The whole narrative was that USC is the best ever. Nobody was going to beat them anyway, so we're all playing for second.
This was going to be a different year for Texas.
This had been building, and we've been on this collision course for the whole season.
It's across their goal line at that moment. The whole entire season just flashed in front of you.
Perfect narrative. It was just a beautiful 3-act structure. The build-up, delivery, and then the final act.
Vince, unlike the entire rest of the world, thought he was going to win up until they announced that he didn't win. So it wasn't just disappointment, it was surprise. He was like, wait a minute.
The devastation for guys who don't win it when they thought they might, when they thought they deserved it, was so real. saw it with Peyton Manning when he didn't win it, when Charles Woodson had his name called. I saw it with Vince when Reggie had his name called.
I think something just clicked in Vince Young. And I think even the Downtown Athletic Club folks were just kind of astonished because they were looking at the angriest Heisman runner-up in the history of that award.
I wanted to see what Vince looked like, and Vince was fired up. He was on a mission to get out of that room. He didn't want to talk to anybody.
Congratulations to all three of our 2005 Heisman finalists, and Reggie Bush, welcome to the Heisman fraternity.
Vince Young stands up and I see him just walk straight out.
We got him in a place where nobody could see him because he was furious. Mac was there talking to him, and he grabbed my arm and he's like, he's not in a great place.
When Vince took the stage and we're taking questions from him, he was mad. It was more than disappointment. He was angry.
I wanted to represent the university the right way because at first I didn't want to get up. You know, I even cried. It took me a while to even get on the podium to see them speak.
Right now, I feel like I let my guys down. Right now, I feel like I let my family down. And I feel like I let my whole city of Austin and Houston down right now. But that's how I am.
In my brain, I was like, oh, he's about to just go prepare for this game, and good luck to everybody who stands in his way.
After I did that, I called Rob Wright. I was pissed. I said, man, get the guys together. Let's go to work.
Man, I'm selfishly like, good. He pissed BY off. You're gonna get his best.
When he came back, and he had that look on his face, like he was pissed off. We over there like, our prayers have been answered.
I'll never forget Greg Davis and I having a conversation about, you have 30 days to get ready. And what kind of new things are you going to install? Greg looked at me and said, not really, hardly anything. And I felt like that was brilliant because you don't need to change a lot of things.
Coverage. Well outside on coverage.
So the last morning before we broke for Christmas,
Wells outside in a 4-2.
I said, okay, Vince, it's 4th down to win the national championship against USC. You get looking at film, you know, our game plan, you know what they're going to be in that situation. What would you call me?
Sam Pop with a 5.
My quarterback sneak. You know, give me the ball, coach. I want to win. But he was like, well, that's called a pass play. It gives you a pass option to run and throw, which that's why coaches are coaches and that's why players are players.
Maybe 2.
Me too.
Go to the flat, find the option. No!
Well, I said, listen, mine's better for one reason. We think they'll be playing with a free safety. We think we have a chance to slip by us inside the corner.
Shot.
So if it's not there, you're going to turn my call into a quarterback draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Texas Longhorns.
When the people talk about the Rose Bowl being the granddaddy of them all, it really is. They do a tremendous job of embracing you. The parade is outstanding, but they don't wear you out. They allow you to have some space and some free time.
You go to Disneyland. Vince is fearless on a lot of things, but he does not like roller coasters. He did not want to get on those things. He was not loving life when we were having to ride these roller coasters.
I'm very scared right now. I don't know. Hey, hold on now. Everyone who
Going, take a step forward. Wow. Yes. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
They went on a Tower of Terror. I think we walked all the way up the Tower of Terror, and like I got up there and like I looked down, looked over, no, I'm not doing it.
He did not get on. He was so scared. It was a great ride, man. Great ride.
Michael Ross didn't get on, but he wanted to. Hey, man, don't do that.
Some of the guys went up and didn't get up and went back downstairs. But again, that just brought us together even more.
We saw USC over there, and they were all kind of, they looked, a little nervous, a little tense.
If you look at that picture and you think like, yeah, Pete Carroll runs the loosest, most fun-loving program in the history of college football. And you look at that picture, you're like, wait, how does that work?
But yeah, just to show you what type of team we are, we was being silly. We had on gloves, the Mickey gloves. We slap boxing each other, just enjoying the moment. Wasn't even thinking about the game.
January 3rd, we had a walkthrough, and then we go to the Rose Bowl and we take the team picture. And it was always, in front of the big iconic Rose Bowl sign. We had done it the year before. And we go and take our picture, and then McConaughey shows up.
McConaughey shows up and starts singing some song that he invented when he was traveling through Spain.
And I remember coming up with this ditty about, somebody don't think so, somebody knows so. Somebody don't think so, somebody knows so.
Somebody don't think so.
Somebody don't think so.
Talking to 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and all of a sudden McConaughey rolls up, starts singing a song that he invented.
Somebody don't think so, somebody knows so.
I mean, they must have been like, what the f is going on here? And by the way, McConaughey never skipped a beat. Like, he just thought that was totally normal.
We were playing football games in my backyard days beforehand. Radio's on, Sports Center's on, check out it, listen to every bit of hype coming from every side. And again, 80% of it was all USC.
2 weeks from this Wednesday, the USC Trojans will go for an unprecedented third consecutive national championship. So we here at SportsCenter want you, the viewer, to help determine the Trojans' place in history.
One of our producers came up with the idea to send Mark May and Chris Fowler and I, hey, we're going to fly you guys to Los Angeles, and we're going to compare the 2005 USC team to the top teams in the history of college football.
You sit there and you think about, why don't we see more offenses today like the Nebraska team of that year? And I just think defenses have changed. They're too athletic now to face that kind of option attack. I like USC to win that game.
The analysts are expected to weigh in, and that's just the job. Like it or not, you are supposed to have an opinion, and it should be a strong one, and you should state it strongly.
Their defense would allow them to be competitive, but their offense just doesn't have enough firepower to stay in this game with SC.
To me, it's folly. How in the world can you have a conversation about whether or not this team is one of the great teams in the history of the sport when their season isn't done yet?
USC versus Notre Dame from 1949, USC against Oklahoma in 1955, USC versus Genghis Khan, USC versus the bubonic plague. The remarkable USC ended up winning every time.
What do you guys think of this, Kurt? Bunch of Trojans to call this place home. Haven't yet won a national title. Would beat every great team in the last half century we've talked about so far.
Yeah.
And the opinions were not popular in Austin.
When I was at the press conference, I'll never forget, they said, Coach, do you think this USC team could have beat the 1988 Notre Dame team? And I said, hell yeah, that team's old, they're tired, some of them dead. So sure they could beat them. But the whole narrative was that USC is the best ever in college football.
Yeah, I really appreciate you all. You've been really good to us. I won't need a pregame talk.
To me, I feel like they just basically giving them the national championship there. We haven't played them down yet.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this is USC's is making history, but we went on Wednesday. What did we do?
I just remember in that moment, just like everyone in that room was like, they must don't know who we are. They must really don't know who we are.
We're going to keep our mouths shut. We're going to brag on them as much as we could, and then after we won the game, we could do our talking.
And the thing is why they're so good is everywhere you look, they have a good matchup with people. Do you let Reggie beat you? Do you let Lindell hammer you? If you do, you'll never see the ball.
That's how we decided to approach the game. Brag on them or say nothing. And be relaxed, have fun, and go win.
We probably had the best week of practice in my entire career of football. It wasn't a thing about winning or losing. It's like what it's going to be like when we win.
I love actually being an underdog. I've been an underdog all my life, so I always get the last laugh in anything I do. All we need to do is prepare.
I really believe it's two great teams tomorrow night. The one that plays the best will win. Don't have to be the best team of all time, just tomorrow night.
Night before the game, it was just crazy because we had to leave the hotel and go to another hotel. It was so packed. The fans took over the hotel we was at.
The whole first floor was a bar. When you walked into the hotel, it was nothing but activity. So early in the week, it's people haven't come in yet, and it's gradually. But by 2 days out, it got pretty full to the point where it's hard to get up through to meetings and things like that.
I told the players, take your clothes to the walkthrough, and we'll explain later. We put them in a hotel where not even their parents knew where they were. I didn't know where we were going. It was deathly quiet. We were 20 minutes away from the stadium. The night before the game, I was excited, but my mind was really busy because I was trying to figure out what to tell them. I had to figure out how do I get them to relax. Because if they're not excited and they're not on the edge, you got to stir them up and create an edge. If they're tense, you got to relax them and get them to play. I'm sitting and all the TV stuff is all USC, so I didn't want to watch that because we're in LA. And then I turned on Jerry Springer. I'd never seen Jerry Springer. And I said, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. So I walked down to the team meeting, and we're 4 hours before the game. And I said, I've been thinking a lot about how we're going to win this game. And I've come up with something that's going to help you win this game, but it's also going to help you for the rest of your life. And I said, how many of you have ever seen the show Jerry Springer? It really bothered me. Every one of them threw their hands up. I thought, oh, really? And then I said, okay, I just watched an hour and a half of Jerry Springer. And the advice I'm going to give you is if your wife or your girlfriend ever asks you to go on Jerry Springer, don't go. Man, it's not good. And they just died laughing. And I said, yeah, we're going to enjoy this. And that was our pregame talk.
The Rose Bowl Stadium is the greatest venue in sports. And it elevates whatever happens on that your grass field in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains, elevates it to another level. And here were Texas and USC, not a traditional Rose Bowl matchup, but all of that just made it feel fun. I mean, you felt like you were at Ali Frazier. You felt like you were the closest thing college football could produce to being one of the great heavyweight collisions, really in the history of modern sports.
I think the biggest storyline heading into that game was the star power. This is 1 versus 2. This collision course had been set for the whole season, and so I felt like there was a little bit of fate to it. There was this mystical, like, of course this is happening.
As kickoff approached, you had the sense that every single person in that building was exactly where they wanted to be at that moment in time. There's no other place on earth anyone wanted to be but the Rose Bowl. And that's a special feeling.
Of course, Matthew McConaughey, the team mascot, he's there. He's fired up and ready to go. Everywhere you looked, it was built up in hype.
One other funny storyline was this whole controversy about there was going to be too many stars and celebrity requests for people to be on the sideline. Fonzie, Will Ferrell, Snoop Dogg, like you name it. Everybody in the world wanted to be on that USC sideline, and they were very strict about it.
Talking to the guys, they go, what's going on? What's the problem? Because a lot of people are griping that they can't get down here, and there's a bunch of celebrities on USC side. So I did see Will Ferrell over, and they said some guy called it the Snoop Dogg rule. They said there's a Snoop Dogg rule because Snoop asked for like 20 sideline passes.
I think he had 5 VIP passes that, were like gold. And obviously Roger Clemens was coming in, Lance Armstrong, so you two were accounted for. And Matthew was going to find his way in. They literally, if you didn't have a password, or if you were in the bench area, they were walkie-talking from the press box and booting people out.
So it turns out Jordan's in one of the suites watching the game. The reality is Jordan loved VY. He was there watching a kindred spirit.
I kind of felt like the USC side was a little more of a party. Texas, everybody was focused. I don't think it would have been possible for USC to run it half as much.
Keep playing. Have fun and keep playing. Don't look up. You got your goal. Let's go get your goal.
This football game has everything in it in the preamble. Can they live up to it, you think?
Coach, what is the biggest barrier Texas must overcome tonight to beat USC?
I think the biggest thing is just keep playing. They've got such a great team. They've got such good players. They're going to make their plays, but we've got to keep playing whether up by 21 or down by 21.
Now it's put up time. They kick it to him. 2 yards, 3 yards deep in the end zone. He's coming. He gets to the 10. He gets to the 12, and down they go.
I remember the first drive. We were on them.
It is 3rd down and 7 now. Line it straight back, pressure coming. Gets the pass away. Threw it, and the ball sailed over his head.
We stop them. It's like, okay, we can't stop them. We can stop this USC offense and then punt.
Malone can just kill it sometimes. Sometimes he outkicks the coverage. Texas will get good field position out of this one. Texas man let go. Trojans have it. The Trojans get the football.
Aaron Ross fumbled the ball and they got it. They go over there on the sideline. I had to cuss them out.
They're going to run it with that. And Lindell walks in.
Coming to the sidelines after the series, and a lot of guys were gassed. And we knew at that point, like, okay, all the stuff they've been saying about these guys, like, it's true. And we got to do whatever we got to do to win this ball game.
Young with it. Turns it back up into the middle and dives for the first down and did not get it.
The defensive head coach, their blitzes were all sound. They typically played zone behind their blitzes. Okay, you defeat the blitz, but you're not going to get the home run.
You could hear the pops, and they weren't bee stings. They were penetrating bone-jarring hits. You're like, oh, this game's going to be fast and bloody.
Texas got down early. They were down for a while and weren't answering USC offensively, and it kind of took them some time to get going.
USC had that chance early on where you thought, okay, there's some opportunities there that they could, start to pull away or at least put some distance between them. And Reggie Bush had been such a phenomenal player all year.
You're chasing them, you're running, you're looking at them, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is what we've been seeing on tape all the time.
When he takes off, you like, he's about to score.
Texas has got it. He's trying to lateral the balls. What he was doing, Keith, he saw a teammate out to the side and flipped the ball out there, and Texas has got it.
The Reggie Bush mystery lateral was one of the most shocking plays I've seen unfold in real time, because you realize at the moment you're seeing something that, oh my God, what is he doing? What is he thinking? The Heisman Trophy winner just made an incredibly boneheaded play. And at the time you thought, remember that. Because if Texas wins, that's going to be talked about forever.
I make fun of Michael Griffin all the time because Michael Griffin missed the tackle on the open field. He could have stopped the play early, but if Griff would have made the tackle, then we wouldn't have got the ball back. So it's a good thing.
That turnover changed the momentum back to us. And that's when we kind of start, going on our low run as well.
David Pino, a 46-yard try. He's got enough running on this one, and it's good.
The interception by Griffin, I think, was a critical play that often gets overlooked.
Let's it go, and it's in the corner, and it is intercepted or knocked away by Michael Griffin. He didn't kick it, I guess. Now he caught it. I don't think he got his feet in bounds, though, Keith.
He comes out of nowhere, goes up in the air, somehow catches the ball.
We thought that he was out of bounds. And then he kept complaining like, no, I got 1 foot down.
Did I think I was in? The answer is no. But people, did you know you was in? And I used to lie and say yes. But I thought I was out. Literally thought I was out until I looked up on the scoreboard. I said, oh, okay.
Down, and right foot down, and the whistle blows. They're going to have to take a look and give Texas the ball at the 20.
That play kind of sent a message to Texas. I told you we can play with these guys. And because there was a kind of a newfound energy, I felt like, on the Texas sideline. And that led to Texas's first touchdown.
Rolling to left, Young. Turns it upfield. It's to a big team. Young still on his feet. He tosses the forward. 10, 5, touchdown Texas. Melvin Young off the weak toss for Vince Young. And the Longhorns improv their way into the lead.
That play, the crazy thing about it, in summertime, me and Vince would go out to the football field and we would run. And you just pitch it all of a sudden. We kind of got used to him randomly pitching the ball whenever. And so in that play, as he cutting up, in my mind, I'm just like, I'm gonna stay with him. And I was kind of clamoring for it, like, yeah, get ready to give me the ball. And he did.
I don't know. It looked like he might have been down, didn't it? Yeah, he did to me. I thought he was.
No. Don't leave it just like that. That's for you USC fans. They be all on my Twitter and my social media talking about my knee was down. Ice Cube, that's the first thing Ice Cube said to me. You know your knee was down, boy.
So at halftime, it is Texas 16 and USC 10.
The way we play is not right. It's real.
gonna change back and forth. This is Ohio State. That's what we said. They're not gonna quit. They want a bunch of games. We're not gonna quit. What a hell of a game. Big time boxing in our second half.
As the game went on, it became very clear in the second half, this was going to be which quarterback had the ball last kind of game. USC would score. Texas would score.
Two back-to-back touchdowns just like that quick. We was like, oh man, we got ourselves a game.
Leading up into the game, obviously everybody's Reggie this, but a lot of us were more worried about Lindell White than we were Reggie Bush.
He wasn't like muscular, he was just a big guy. I mean, he was every bit of 250 and he was just hard to bring down.
USC took the approach that they were going to go a heavy dose of Lindell White throughout that game, and it started to take its toll. That's how they were hurting Texas. That's how they were moving the ball. They were eating up the clock.
We were on the sideline like, well, there they are. That's the team we've been prepared for.
You're mad that they scored and that, but then you see your brothers on the ground. You see Michael Griffin and Terrell Brown down there.
Man, if Terrell would have got his forearm out the way, I probably would have broke his ribs. I broke his forearm. And I remember I jacked my neck up. So I was out for the rest of the game.
When you're running a game story for a game of this magnitude, you have to have two stories going. You have to Texas wins lead, Texas loses lead. At that point, I was working on my Texas loses lead. I did not see any way that they could reasonably come back.
That was the first one of the game where I was like, man, I cannot believe we're gonna lose.
12-point lead at 6:42. The 34-game win streak is still alive and looking pretty good right now.
At that moment, it was like we still knew we had Vince Young on the other side of the ball.
Vince is still heads nodding, looking off, horizon, big picture. Not even zeroing in on coaches, listening, seeing the future. He had such great anticipation. He already saw and fully believed that we were going to win. My mouth did not get dry at 6:42. I was still salivating at 6:42 going, oh, this has been written. I see where this goes. I don't know how we get there, but I see where this goes. We're going to win this game. And I remember my buddy Richard Linklater and Richard going, we got this game.
There was these USC fans right in front of us. One guy who I've been talking, he turns to me and goes, well, at least you guys put up a bigger fight than they did last year. And I was like, really? Okay, you just broke every sport superstition rule in the book. Maybe you don't know about them. But from your mouth to the football gods and then Vince Young's ears, thank you.
Well, the dilemma here is do you put pressure by adding the blitz to Vince Young and risk him breaking the pocket, making a long run, or you sit back in zone? Right now, they're just sitting back in zone.
We got to score. We have to match their intensity because them guys are, like, again, they unbelievable. They could score anytime.
There's only one person on the planet who could have done that.
Never seen anybody like him in my life.
I don't care. I'm about to run over these fools, and we're not losing the game.
And all of a sudden, there's like, you know what? We're down 5. We can get a stop. We still got a chance to win this.
USC gets the ball for that possession, and the mission is clear. Bleed the clock out. never let Vince Young touch the football. And as great as that offense was, and they've been moving the ball well, remember, you thought they could do it.
Game's on the line right here. As Lindale White is back into the ball game. Hard to go down.
We took that as a challenge because we had to make a stop against one of the best offenses ever.
Each time they snap the ball, time goes off that clock.
Our whole college career has come down to one possession.
I don't care how we do it. I don't care who it is. Do your job. Let's get it stopped.
3rd and 7. They run it for Lindale White. They got short of the first down. Now the decision for Carroll.
We knew that if they made the first down, the game was over. And Pete Carroll knew that he had a better chance of winning the game by making the first down and not letting Vince touch the ball again, rather than punting and giving us a chance with a minute and a half or so left.
4th down, you need 6 feet to win a championship, to lock it up. And Reggie Bush isn't in the game.
Reggie's on the sidelines. Lindale White's in there. He's the power back.
The USC 4th and 2, that ridiculous situation where they took the best player off the field, that 4th and 2, that's to go down as the most incredible coaching decision, one of the most that we've seen, and it's inexcusable. If Texas could have designed their own play for USC to run, that would have been it, and they played right into their hands.
It was obvious what they were going to run. If you look at that, within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage, we had 10 guys. The safeties walked up, everybody was piled in there. They knew Lindale White was going to run the football, and more than likely they were going to run the power, which is their number 1 running play.
They had been gashing us pretty much the whole game on this simple, just tailback dive in the B gap. The blueprint is there in front of us. What are we going to do with it?
I said, put them all on the line of scrimmage. If they throw it and catch it, we'll congratulate them and tell them great game. But we got to stop them, and we haven't stopped Lindale White on the power play all night. So if I'm Pete Carroll, I give it to Lindale White on the power play. I mean, that's it.
Defensive line got a great push. Everybody just did their job, which allowed me to kind of just shoot the gap.
This is right down the line. Great penetration. Kelson in there, Huff in there, down below.
We saw him spot the ball like we knew it was short.
Texas is held, and the Longhorns take over.
We did our job. We got Vince the ball back. He's going to do whatever it took. Vince was going to win this game.
G said right next to me in the press box. When we made the stop, he jumped up, took his headsets off, flipped them on the desk. He turned to the GA and he said,
"Guys, we're fixing to win a national championship. Just watch."
So obviously I hear that, but I'm thinking, there's a little work left to do here, G.
The season yet lives. And Vince Young do it again.
Enough.
With 2:09 to go. Texas down 5, 38-33.
Bakit? Ikaw ang tumawag, ako sa'yo.
When you playing, you don't even hear the crowd. That thing don't heard everything. So yes, I'm nervous as hell, but I know I gotta step in this huddle.
You always hear these old stories about how quarterbacks, they have such a confidence like this. They tell you exactly what's going to happen.
I just stepped in just nonchalant, like, let's go, get your next game. He was the kind of quarterback, he would still be goofy in some of the most serious moments. But you still had confidence that he was still locked in. Some people would goof off. He's like, man, you're not focused. He could say something like, all right, now, man, let's go let a nuts hang. And you'd be like, did you want me to say that?
Well, I'm glad I wasn't in that huddle because he would have had to rephrase that for me.
And so then we break the huddle, we get up the line, and we kind of started slow.
Blitz throws to the left, ball caught by Taylor, and then Ross dragged down from behind a wall. They've got some pressure on the arm, and bounces the ball.
You know, most 2-minute drives, you just got to get that first down, and then things start rolling.
3rd down and 12. Another blitz. Pitts looks right, throws right, ball caught in midfield by Crosby, and he leans forward, he went out of bounds, and a late flag comes. Perhaps a face mask going into the play.
Quan Cosby takes the pass near the Texas sideline and he tries to make a move, and all of a sudden you have the defender grab his face mask.
5-yard penalty resulted in a first down.
You have the play that sort of extends the season, you know, keeps things going.
Shotgun snap back to Benchon. Bush fires to the right, caught by Carter at the 20, out of bounds, inside the 15-yard line.
USC was blitzing corner, 2 corner blitzes. They were doing everything. Nothing was stopping or working against NCR.
Gets inside the 10 of the 9. 30 seconds, they call timeout.
Vince comes to the sideline. I said, look, here's a couple of calls. And Vince is, I mean, this is just him. He said, we've already talked about this.
Me too.
Me too. We had a play that we called that we talked about, me and you too, so we talked about it before we left.
3rd down and 5 for Texas.
He was like, well, let's call a pass play. It gives you a pass option to run and throw.
Up to the Trojan defense now to preserve the streak. Incomplete. And it's down to 1 play on 4th down with 26 seconds remaining.
In a hole. We ran the same play. So when I hear the same thing, like, did you not just see the one we just did? We don't want to try something else, maybe?
I said, look quick. If they're not there, your beater, your best asset, man.
All the dreams, all the hopes for the national championship come down to this play. 4th and 5, the national championship on the line right here. He's going to the corner.
Like the whole entire season just flashed in front of you. You know, the off season, you know, writing stuff on the board, you know, all that hard work to cross that goal line at that moment, it kind of just flashed in front of you.
Back to throw. Vince looks under pressure. He'll get the ball. Vince to the line. Good. Touchdown, Texas. Touchdown, Vince Young. He's done it again. Vince Young has given the Longhorns the lead.
That's probably the most quiet I've ever seen this. Never gave the ball to the referee. He was like just holding the ball, and he was zoned out. He was like walking. And I was like, this dude's gone, man. He was having an out-of-body experience.
I get goosebumps thinking about it. I get a little emotional thinking about it because if you love sports and you love this sport, that's what you live for. The fact that he did it, and you see the absolute release of everything built up inside Vince Young. All of the frustration, all of the disrespect that he felt out of the Heisman, the great tension of that game just released right there. And he knew, because how could you not know, that you'd done something truly magnificent, truly historic, truly special in the history of the game.
The emotions that came over me were like astounding. I probably got about 10 steps before I broke down and was crying.
35 years in the waiting, but 8 years in the building under Mack Brown.
We carried that burden of being called Saul. Texas can't win it. Hearing that our head coach couldn't win it. He's just a great recruiter.
we wore that, and we wanted to knock that perception of the University of Texas. So I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders.
That pretty much kind of sums it up right there. Letting it all soak in, letting it realize the flicker of the cameras, the crowd going wild, the smiles. It's just all blended into this moment right here. It sums it up.
In some way, somehow, I saw my wife in the stand. I was blowing her kisses. A lot of people talking about, no, you're blowing that to your fan. I saw my lady right there.
Vince comes sprinting down right to where the Texas fans are, and he jumps up right next to our set. And he's just yelling, "Who's the Heisman now? Who's the Heisman now?"
Joy, pride, defiance, maybe a little anger, whatever. But it was interesting to see. I've never quite had another moment like that in the post-game celebration where one player came over there and sort of made the closing statement after they made the real closing statement on the field.
We ran down on the field after the game, and I grabbed grass from the corner of that end zone that he ran into. Still have it, because Vince Young ran over that piece of grass. I mean, I don't know that I've ever done that for anything else.
Congratulations to the national champion Texas Longhorns.
I asked Coach Royal after we won the national championship, what does this mean? And he said, oh, Coach, it's a box you've checked off in your life that every coach and every player would like to check off. And very few get to the game, and only half of the ones that get to the game win the game. So you will have won the national championship for the rest of your life.
Mac Brown was the right coach to lead Texas to this national championship because they had to have the right guy in place that would vibe with Vince Young. They don't win it without those two things coming together.
And I said this at the first of the week. I don't want this to be the best thing that's ever happened in your life. When you're 54, I don't want you to say, winning a football game is the best thing that ever happened in my life. You'll have it, and you'll be a champion for the rest of your life. You make sure that's one of the best sports things in your life, but you promised me you got enough about you to win a national championship. You got enough about you to be a great citizen and a great role model, a great father, and a great leader of your family.
Well, if you're a Texas fan, it restored Texas to its rightful place atop the college football world. That championship was equal to, or maybe even greater than, anything Texas had done under Darrell Royal or anybody else. 13-0, winning at Ohio State, blasting Oklahoma, winning the conference championship by 67 points, and now beating one of the great teams of all time, one of the great games of all time.
Fourth and 5, the national championship on the line right here.
Vince Young's legacy is 4th and 5. It really is.
All the dreams, all the hopes for the national championship come down to this play.
They can never take that moment away from him. They can never take that championship away from him. And they can keep the Heisman as far as he's concerned.
That play cemented the lifelong legacy of Vince Young as a Texas championship quarterback. From that day on, he's a Texas legend.
One of the happiest moments of my life. You know, to say that I touched people, I made people happy, I did something good in my career. To cherish that with my teammates, to cherish that with the fans, the coaching staff, and the entire state of Texas. We made that happen, us. As a team, we made that happen.
remember walking out of the Rose Bowl late that night. I remember thinking, damn, I don't know if I'll ever see anything that great again. And you're still in a celebratory mood, but there's always a little bit of a bittersweet feeling that for me accompanies that, because, I mean, that was something unforgettable. Will I ever see anything that matches that as long as I cover this sport? Have a guess.
Mm-hmm.